live from the T.P.O.T studios, the game where we talk about discrimination, prejudice, bigotry, with all of the absurd hypocrisies and contradictions that come with it. Get ready to play the ridiculous race game. Open your mind.
The prophet of thought. The prophet of thought. You know. The prophet of thought. Prophet of thought. Open your mind, 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 open your mind.
And we are back. Peace, folks. Welcome back to another edition of the Prophet of Thought series right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Tonight, another edition of the ridiculous race game. By now, we are in week 3. This is X-3 edition, so it's chugging right along. People seem to like it and are catching on to it. But tonight, we're doing something a little different, because if you look at the thumbnail, you see all black folk. Usually when I do a thumbnail, there's a couple white folks, maybe a Latino or Indian, But tonight we're starting off with all Negroes, because we're doing something a little different tonight. But we do have a special surprise guest. Yeah, and I'll be bringing them up a little bit into the show. All right. But before we get started, y'all know I always start the show off with thanking you, good folk, for your likes, your shares, your views, your subs, and of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because I realize, man, you don't have to do it. You don't have to show up to these goddamn streams. You don't have to like them, share them, or sub to this channel. And you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned coins on this platform. But you good folks choose to do so, man. Night after night, week after week, you are here. You could be spending your Saturday night anywhere, but you are here with us. And I want you to know, man, I don't take it lightly, man. I never have and I never will. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm appreciative. I'm thankful for all you good folks. All right. All right. So let's get at it. I see some of my contestants are already here. And of course, y'all are going to see some new faces because we always bring new faces on the old ridiculous race game. And tonight, we have the one and only Lady Raw B is here.
Hello.
Hey, what's good, Lady Raw B? What's good? Been a while. Been a while.
It has. I'm glad to be back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Glad you're here. And we have my brother. Brother Friedman Journal is here as well. Now we waiting on my man Big Nate and Brother Cluu. And like I said, I got a special surprise guest that's coming through. Let me go ahead and send him the link as well.
Hey, what's up, X?
All right, y'all. What's good with it, Brother Friedman?
Chilling.
Have some fun tonight, y'all. But yeah, I don't know if I know Brother Friedman Journal is probably familiar with it because you know he watches my stuff. I don't know about you, Lady Raw B, if you're familiar with, you know, kind of how we do things over here, you know, how this whole thing goes.
Oh, I'm not familiar, but I'm ready to play. This is going to be fun.
Oh, yeah. Because what we basically do over here is, well, we do a lot of things. There's not really a whole bunch of set rules. You know, I kind of make the shit up as I go along. Yeah, I make the shit up. But we talk about race. We do some serious stuff. Then we do some not so serious stuff. We have a few rapid fire rounds, you know. Well, you'll see as it kind of moves along. And it's gonna get really, really fun when I bring in the special guest. So yeah, you'll see as it goes along. But like I said, I know Brother Friedman, you know, he watches my stuff, so he know what we do over here. But before we get started, because like I said, I gotta wait for Brother Big Nate and Brother Cluu. Let me ask you two. In fact, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna show y'all a video, and I guess I'll show the other folk when they show up. I'm gonna show y'all a video by somebody that I'm subscribed to, and I watch quite a bit of his stuff. I'm gonna show y'all this video, then I'm gonna get y'all thoughts. All right, here we go.
We must end N-word reparations. Black people proudly claiming the word as our exclusive right is arguably the dumbest and most racist act of the last 60 years. It's the equivalent, wait for it, of claiming the murder of black men as our exclusive right. Oh wait, we've done that. We kill each other with frequency and impunity, write music celebrating it, and only get upset when white people violate our exclusive right to kill each other. We will step over 100 dead black bodies shot in neighborhood disputes to weep at the grave of Ahmaud Arbery or George Floyd. Black murder and the N-word are in the same reparations package we signed with the KKK and the Democratic Party. I want to know who cut this deal. The people who sold Babe Ruth to the New York Yankees for $100,000? Did Master P cut it after wrapping up the infamous Ricky Williams New Orleans Saints contract? Do you know how dumb and or satanic you have to be to argue that the worst word in the dictionary is your exclusive right to use? Or to argue that you've turned that word into a term of endearment, a positive? No one really believes that.
All right. Your thought, folks, on what Mr. Whitlock had to say.
Well, I'll go first. So, black people don't really own the N word. The NFL does. Because a black man calls another black man the N word on the field, he'll get a flag. And since they don't mind that, they don't mind giving up control of that word.
I mean, I read Rendell Kennedy's book, Nigga, The Troublesome History of, you know what I'm saying, or The Interesting History of a Troublesome Word. And I don't think that word really has any power anymore. I do believe black people have definitely adopted it for their own, which is silly, but hey, you can't tell people what to do. If that's what they want to say, then, God bless them and keep them. I don't know. I use the word occasionally, so I don't know. Yeah, I think it's just becoming ingrained, and the reparations thing too. Like, we're not getting it. It's not going. They said no, and we keep begging for reparations. So what does that say about us? I refuse to beg for anything. That's just me, though.
Well, let me ask this when it comes to, saying nigger or not. Do you think there is a distinction? And I'm gonna ask my other guests too when they come through. Do you think there is a distinction of whether or not it ends in ER or AH? Is there a distinction?
No, because whenever I call somebody a nigga, I'm not saying it nicely. I'm like, nigga, please. Nigga gone. Look at these niggas. Nigga. Did you see this nigga? Like, you understand? It's like there's no, there's no distinction.
Brother Friedman?
No, I think there's no difference. I mean, if you're okay, so there is. So if you are especially trying to get under another black person's nerves, you're going to use the ER. You're going to go hard R, right? That's why and that's the only difference I see, honestly.
Yeah, well, I don't really believe there's a distinction when it comes to it because, I mean, I know, you hear the saying all the time. It's a term of endearment. When you say, a H at the end, it's racist if it's a ER at the end, but that's ridiculous because we use both of them in both tenses. We just do. I mean, when we're so-called, using it as a term of endearment, and when we're angry at people, we use either one. We kind of vacillate between the two, and it's almost as if you have to have, this special hearing device to make sure that it's the ER or the AH at the end, which is like totally ridiculous. Um, Yeah, wait a minute, man. Did you say that with an A or an ER? Like, come on, man. Get out of here. When people say that, man, I can't really get with them when they say that because if you're using the word, you're using the word. You can't tell me it means something different because you've changed the ending of it. Like, man, get up out of here. Get up out of here. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But let me ask you this, and we've been joined by my brother Cluu. What's good with it, man?
Hello. Yeah.
What's going on, brother? Fading.
Just got off work.
And some electronica sounds are going on in the background. Some electronica sounds.
You are borging. You sound like a cyborg, sir.
What about now? Even though I didn't do anything.
What? Nigga? No, I'm just playing.
It's the same. It's the same. I know the last time you were here. I know the last time you was here, you was on your AOL internet.
No, that's just the email.
Oh, okay.
I can't.
Is it better?
No.
Oh, okay. I'll drop out and come back.
Okay. Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, there's no distinction with me. I mean, I don't use the word a lot myself. I mean, I try hard not to use it. I'm more of a Negro type of person. I use that as a term of endearment, and I also say it when I'm pissed at people. and I don't try to think it means something different because it ends in just a O or an OE. All right, so there's that. Um, but let me ask y'all this: do you think that we, as Black folk, should we still be holding on to the fact when other people use it? Not when they use it against us. I would I would give them that argument that it's a little different, I guess. But when other people use it, should we be offended when other people use the word?
No, we're not offended when it's used in our music, in our movies, and how we speak to each other. If it's a term of endearment, then no matter the intention behind what somebody else says, you got to eat that because you said it was good money.
Mm, okay. Okay.
Well, yeah. Who's that? Lil Boosie just did that interview on Vlad where he was like, "Yeah, my white fans say it, so apparently it's okay if they're buying your album and they're buying a concert ticket." So I mean, who's to say it's verboten now, right?
Yeah.
Not verboten.
So
My God.
I went there. Yes.
I went
So um, but yeah, I mean, I personally don't care. I mean, I just have bigger fish to fry. You know, I'm not in an environment where other people are using it or it's getting on my nerves or this, that, or the other. I mean, like I said, once black men started getting the flag for saying it to other black men, well, it's gone as an issue pretty much because nobody stopped watching the NFL. How many black people stopped watching the NFL because of that? Zero.
Well, let me ask you this, Brother Friedman. Do you think that the NFL sanction the word as bad because they see it as racist, or do they just see it as a quote unquote hot point word that offends other people when heard on a broadcast or heard in public? Do you think they tied it into racism or just tied it into one of those words that can't be spoken?
Just one of those words that can't be spoken. It offends their sensibilities, so you know they don't allow it, right? And then what are you going to do? Apply it impartially, right? Because all it takes is one white player to say, "Hey, I can't say that." You know what I mean? And then it
Hmm.
becomes a thing. So yeah, I think it just lumped in with the list of offensive words.
All
Nah,
right.
that was a marketing ploy. They
You
had to do
think?
something after Kaepernick took that knee.
Well, I wanna set the tone. So I'm gonna share the screen and show y'all something, right? I'm gonna show y'all a few somethings, because I want to kind of set the tone here tonight because we're doing something a little different tonight than what we normally do. All right, let's get this up here. Hopefully everybody can see that. And it says surveillance shows vandals who wrote racial slur on cars at Providence College. Now you can see the video of the guy there, right? So let me get into it. Providence, Rhode Island, Providence College has shared surveillance images showing a group of vandals that etched the N word on some students' cars, including one that belongs to a black basketball player. The racial slur was written in frost on multiple vehicles in the Glaze student parking lot sometime between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. Saturday, campus security officials said. This is outrageous and entirely unacceptable. And I want you to know that the Office of Public Safety and the Providence Police Department are investigating this matter aggressively. We will do everything we can to find the person or persons responsible and hold them accountable. The Reverend Kenneth R. Sicard, the college president, wrote in a campus wide email. While this act appears to be random in nature, at least one of the vehicles that was involved is owned by a student of color. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, I'm going to blow this up because I want y'all to see the person who was caught on film doing this. You see him, right? Everybody can see him, right? Pretty clear picture there. Right? Right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's a white boy. That's a white boy.
Now we're gonna go to the next one because I have more. We're not done. Let me pull up my next one. Let me pull up my next one here. Let me see.
Oh boy.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all gotta bear with me, man. I broke my damn glasses, man, and god damn it, you know, I'm old and I'm blind. So two things I can't do anything about. Let's see.
Oh, no problem.
I gotta like squint to see what the hell I'm doing around here. There we are. What the hell is in it? What the hell's going on? There's a blank fucking screen now.
I know he's
Okay,
like
there we are.
facetious LA throne.
There we are. There we are. All right. I'm going to play this video and I'll get your thoughts, good folk.
Tired of district letters. We are tired of we are investigating. What we want is consequences.
Tech City schools hit repeatedly with racist vandalism. Thanks for staying with us at 5:30. I'm Curtis May.
This shit is crazy how this white lady was just like sitting here like in a daze and shit. Like she don't know what the hell going on. Her too. She don't know what's going on either.
Last Friday, someone wrote the words white and colored over water fountains here at McClatchy High School, obviously a reference to the Jim Crow era. Tonight, we're learning the district is disciplining the student involved, but it stopped short of calling it racial hatred or a hate crime. Now, the district hired someone to oversee race and equity, which includes investigating racial incidents.
Oh, okay. Hey. It's just me and you.
Oh, you got dropped off. Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to ruin the surprise ending to these events.
Oh my god. So how was your
Actually,
day?
oh, it was great. It was great. How was your day?
It was pretty good.
Sorry, y'all. We're experiencing technical difficulties in the old T.P.O.T studio. We're experiencing technical difficulties in the old T.P.O.T studio. Let me see if I can get it back up here, man. Sorry about that, y'all. But shit just went out and shit was black over here for me. So, my bad.
Oh no.
Where we are here. Oh. Okay, we back up.
Refers to the McClatchy incident as troubling vandalism.
I don't believe that those words that were on those water fountains were racist. I do not believe they were hate crime or hate speech. Part of it, quite honestly, is because the admitted perpetrator is an African-American young woman.
I disagree at it being a hate crime because at the end of the day, we understand when you have colored on one water faucet and white on another kind of water faucet, what that means, whether it's 1950 or 2022.
However, some activists question the evidence, citing mistrust of the district's handling of racism in the past. And I did ask if there had been any movement with the Abraham Lincoln case, and I've heard so far there's been no progress yet.
Now, we have someone going around writing colored white on water fountains. Racist, right? But come to find out, when they go to the videotape, it's a black student doing it. Now, when I see this kind of stuff, it's like it puzzles me, right? Because here we are crying about racism, crying about bigotry. Everything's racist at the school and all of this stuff. But you got black folk doing this shit, pulling off these racial hoaxes, writing KKK on walls and writing nigger on people's cars and writing colored and white on the water fountain. Now, if where these people are, and I talked about this the other night, if where these people are is so bigoted and racist, why make up racist shit as a black person?
Man,
Your
I think
thoughts?
this middle, it's like this weird psychosis, man. I mean, there people are told that, there's racism around every corner, right? America's so racist, when a black person leaves their house, they're going to get tackled by the police, right? And you ingrain this in people over time, and then all of a sudden, they're looking around and they can't find it. I mean, and the answer was already in the chat. Somebody said, when demand for racism outstrips supply, you gotta conjure it up out of somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
What or you're the crazy one, right? If there's no racism around, are you the crazy one? Maybe.
I'm just saying real quick, like it was a black person that did the white and the color thing, and like you could at least drew colored over the better fountain. Like, damn, even when creating racist fodder, you're still gonna give us the most shittiest product. Like, what is it? God.
So you would have thought better of it if they had wrote colored on the good fountain?
I would have respected it more. Yes, I would have respected it more. Give us the fill up your bottle Aquafina fountain, damn it.
And we've been
How
joined
is it?
by my brother, the one and only brother Big Nate is here.
What's up? What's up, gentlemen, ladies? How you doing?
What's
Hello.
good with it, man?
Man,
Go ahead,
I
brother
just-
Cluu. You want to chime in?
Yeah, I said, is it better now?
Not really, but we can translate. Go ahead, man.
How is it different than separating white from people of color? You just change the word colored to people of color. Now, if you put people of color, it's not offensive in today's, environment.
Yeah, I think it bothers when you put ED. It's sort of like the ER and the AH thing with nigga. If you put color, it's not that bad. But if you put that ED behind it, you done fucked up. Yeah, that ED, man. ED and ER is forbidden. It is forbidden
Crazy rule.
subtext. Yeah, man.
You're messing with the church's money.
Yeah. But I'm gonna show. Oh, you want to chime in on this one, brother Big Nate?
Sir, I literally just logged on. So if you could fill me in the subject matter, where we are in the conversation, that would help.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to show one more video, because we're doing a show and tell up in here. We always started off with a little show and tell. So I'm going to share one more video, and I want to get everybody's thoughts. And later on, I'm bringing on a surprise guest. So let me go ahead and cue this up. I got to tell everybody, they gotta deal with me, man, because I broke my damn glasses, Big Nate. So I'm fucking squinting like I'm fucking seeing this shit. Yeah, man, that's fucking crazy. All right, let me see. There it is. Okay. All right. Fair use.
fraternity rush party.
Justin Lundy talked with a student targeted in that post. He is live with what he has to say. Justin.
Yes, the racist post, which actually originated on Yik Yak, was a fake Theta Chi rush event. And Greenville police tell us that the person behind that post wasn't a member of Theta Chi, but actually a member of another ECU fraternity.
It's caused a lot of stress and like anxiety and everything. And to be accused of something that I didn't do, like that really sucks.
That's what the past 2 months have been like for ECU Theta Chi chapter member Austin Hunter. After a fake post on social app Yik Yak read, Theta Chi Rush Party, PNM, short for potential new members, no blacks, girls $5 at the door, and his name and phone number attached.
My name and phone number were posted in the college newspaper, and I was being harassed with calls and texts, and I even received death threats.
After a 2-month investigation, Greenville police arrested 19-year-old James Edwards in connection to the racist post. He happens to be a member of ECU's Pi Lambda Phi chapter. When the post first surfaced,
now y'all seen him, right? Did you see him?
When the
and I even received death threats.
After
Mr. Edwards, and that's down here, near my neck of the woods, Greenville, North Carolina. We're looking at Mr. Edwards.
Okay, that's a light-skinned dude.
He half and half. That's
you said the last guy was white, Lady Raw.
I was being sarcastic.
All right, let's continue.
For a 2-month investigation, Greenville police arrested 19-year-old James Edwards in connection to the racist post. He happens to be a member of ECU's Pi Lambda Phi chapter. When the post first surfaced, the ECU Greek life community was lost for words, including Rob McClure. He's a member of Kappa Alpha Psi and says he wasn't surprised when he first saw the post.
But it's also that people didn't question it. That is just that racial issue here in Greenville and Pitt County, and even with ECU students.
Greenville police warned those who take part in anonymous posting they can't get away with malicious acts like this.
If you have any kind of social media app, there is a digital footprint and there is a way to track this kind of activity and behavior. So I would certainly caution anybody who's looking to utilize anonymous apps that we can find you.
Meanwhile, Austin hopes this situation becomes a lesson for those who believe anything they see on the internet.
Because something's posted doesn't mean it's true, and don't spread rumors. And what happened to me could happen to anyone.
Greenville police say they worked closely with Yik Yak to pinpoint the source of that post, and I also reached out to the person who was arrested for that post, and he says he has no comment. In Greenville, Justin Lundy, WITN News.
All right, thank you, Justin.
All right, folks, your thoughts.
I'll be happy to go first.
Go ahead.
Go right
yeah,
ahead.
Unfortunately, this happens way too often. A lot of the attacks on churches before COVID, there would occasionally be this rash of attacks on churches. Black churches, supposed racist attacks on synagogues and churches. And oftentimes, most of those were found out to be done by people of that particular race or faith. A lot of the attacks on churches were done by blacks. A couple of the attacks on synagogues were found to be done by members of that synagogue. It elicits sympathy. Oftentimes you'll hear the incident when it first breaks. It makes national news, but when it's found out to be, something done internally, that just makes the local news. Doesn't make national news when it's found out not to be actually done by somebody of another race. And, I've been watching this happen for years, and I'm not saying every incident ends up being, some type of, falsehood, but a lot of them do, unfortunately. And, it speaks to where we are politically and how easy it is just to, to fit a narrative that you'll see on MSNBC and CNN that, everybody's racist, everybody's out to get black folks or Latino folks or LMNOP folks. And it's just not true. It's just not true oftentimes, but it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate,
Yep. Anyone else?
Yeah, what I noticed was the guy interviewed from Kappa Alpha Psi. There was this supposedly this underlying racism that's always there, but you know they don't have any events for it, and when they do have an event for it, it's this fake hoax. You know, it reminds me of Duke when they went after the Duke lacrosse team with that whole ridiculousness, and then Mike Nifong ended up getting disbarred and sent to jail over his role in the whole thing. Is just like it's ridiculous. You know, there's supposedly all this racism out there, but then this is what you get, right? Or you get some kind of explanation that, well, I didn't feel comfortable here, or I didn't, you know, like you had a chip on your shoulder, and so that constitutes some sort of oppression. Like, come on, man. Like, it's just ridiculous. People with too much time on their hands.
Yeah.
These people are bored, and he was super pissed off, and he probably pledged to that fraternity, and they didn't let him in. So he was like, "Ooh, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get Chad. I'm gonna do this." You know what I'm saying? Like it's stupid, and it really severely diminishes the actual instances of hate crimes. But I mean, Juicy J done set a trend because everybody that we've seen doing these crimes, they fit in that whole bananarama. So is the problem with the mixed up biracial children? Are they so mad at their white part of the family that they're going to use that energy from their black side to be super petty and they're planning the biggest catchback ever? Seems that way.
Mm-hmm.
This is all the fault of the liberal left because they put batteries in everybody's back by talk about race 100% of the time in every story on every network. So everybody's walking around with race on their beam, and they see racism in every single thing. So you're going to get a lot of these fake stories. Well, not fake stories, but fake stories. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Fake stories.
You know what blows my mind about this, Brother X, is if these white boys didn't want black people at their party, that's their fucking business. That's their fucking business. Why would I want to go to a party where I'm not wanted? Kind of defeats the whole idea of celebrating something if I'm not wanted there. I don't personally take offense to white people that may not want black people at the party. I don't give a shit. That's their party. That's their business. So even if it was true, I don't give a shit. What do I care for?
Now, Nate,
why do I give a shit?
But see, this is the thing, Brother Big Nate.
All the time.
Yeah, this is the thing, Brother Big Nate. You got this dude who looks to be, you know, he's definitely not a white person. And he puts this false media post out there with this guy's name, with his phone number on it. And what he's doing is making it appear that this guy is the bigot. And come to find out, it's a person who's, he looks like he's mixed with black at the very least. Come to find out, it's him. It goes right along with the stuff that we showed before. I showed this picture here before to everybody of these kids were writing nigga on black folks' cars and whatnot. But come to find out, when they go to the videotape, it's this guy doing it. It's him doing it. So we got people creating these hate crimes where one does not exist. That's the problem.
But even
that is the problem.
Understood. But even if it was true, I want us to get to the point where it doesn't matter to us. Who gives a shit? We got too much going on. We're doing our own thing. I don't care if a small fraternity of white guys wants only white people coming to the party. I don't care. Good.
Yeah.
Do your thing, white boys. I didn't want to come anyway. So
white
That's
folks
my
come.
thing, man. Why does that offend us?
No, you have to be included. How dare you?
It's
I mean,
ridiculous.
I
Go
just
ahead.
think
I'm
this
sorry.
stuff is crazy, man. I mean, and I'll say again, if the racism is so bad in your neck of the woods, why are you making up racial suspect shit? If it's so
Right.
bad, you shouldn't have to do any of that. If it's so much racism and bigotry going on in your town, um, I saw a couple more things. Then we're gonna go into the funner stuff. I saw a couple more things, man. I was watching it. I think it was the Hood Conservative, I believe, or Brother Supremes. I keep forgetting. You know, my ass old, but you know, they had this one black guy. He calls the police and he says, "Oh, you know, some white Aryan Nation people, you know, sprayed all this racial stuff on my car." And the police get there and there's a little swastika painted on his hood, and the fucking swastika is backwards. So
Was it LeBron James?
no,
It wasn't
some black
LeBron
guy.
James, was it? Oh, okay.
Nah, it wasn't. And they get there, and I noticed this as soon as I saw the picture. I'm like, wait a damn minute, that swastika is backwards. So, you know, he finally, after some, you know, I guess some prodding and interrogating by the police, he finally admitted, you know, that he had did the shit. All right, he went out there, painted the swastika. He had drew like I guess what he thought was a Klansman hat, you know, on the hood and all this some kind of bullshit. I'm like, because that shit is crazy to me. Then it was another story where they were in a neighborhood and these people were getting these letters in their mailbox, you know, and they thought it was like some KKK, some white Aryan Nation member. You know, they thought it was some bigoted, prejudiced white guy in the neighborhood threatening black folks and all this kind of stuff. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Get out of the neighborhood, you niggers, and all this kind of stuff. So of course they go to the videotapes because everybody's got cameras on their fucking houses these days, right? Come to find out, it's a woman in her damn 30s, a black woman in her 30s. She's typing these letters and sticking them in people's mailboxes in the middle of the fucking night. And I'm like,
Wait, is she ugly?
well, she wasn't cute. She wasn't cute. Okay.
There you
I
go.
guess she was, yeah, she wasn't
Fine black women don't have this problem.
They don't have the time to do this shit. Yeah, exactly.
Hell no, they ain't got time to do
They
that.
got
To
time
sit
to do
around
that
and I'm going to type up some racist letters and put them in other black people's mailboxes at 3:00 in the morning. Come on, man.
That's
I'm not.
narrow.
Nuts.
I'm not trying to make this purely political, but damn it, man, this is what the left produces: a bunch of victims, people looking under every can of grape soda and bag of hot Cheetos, looking for racism. Yeah, into every bag of hot Cheetos, there's a boogie white man looking to deny me something. I mean, you would think white people with their children and their mortgages and their opioid problem, they got a lot other things to worry about than us.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Nah, but we're not gonna sit there and get it twisted like racism doesn't exist. Racism still does exist, but
yes,
not
But
like when we're doing.
it's not a big problem.
Yeah, it's just not a significant problem. I'm sorry. We
I
got.
mean,
Go ahead.
it kind of is when people are being killed, like because they're getting pulled over by a cop or whatever. But when people do bullshit like this, it takes away from those instances. And what's unfortunate is these bullshit stories wind up getting circulated in the media. So then it gives racist people license to do whatever the hell they want to do, because then they get to be like, oh, hell no, I didn't do nothing. Somebody trying to set me up. Knowing good and goddamn well that they racist as hell. That's
Well,
why I can't stand Jussie Smollett.
let me give you some information on Black Death. Okay, in 2019, according to Statista, it's a statistics website, and they pulled directly from the FBI. It was like 7,480 black murders in 2019. Thanks to BLM and defund the police, the black murder rate went from 7,480 in 2019 to 9,913. That's an increase of almost 2,500 additional dead Black people. And none of those Black people, almost none of them were killed by police.
Okay, but were they
96% of them
still
were
killed?
killed by other Black people.
Are you sure? See, this is the thing about
Sure, go ahead.
the statistical data.
Okay.
The plot points are manufactured by whomever creates the data. Period.
Okay.
Like,
So what
Black,
data can we trust then?
you can trust. I don't know. Don't trust nothing. Hell, mind your business. Do what you got to do. Keep your nose to the grindstone. If somebody wild out on you or in some racial stuff, handle your business. Handle it accordingly. Like, the reality is clearly we can't trust what's being reported on the news because people are faking the funk. We can't report. You know what I'm saying? We can't trust the statistics because they're not fully reporting everything. Because number one, most Black people don't sit there and tell the truth and talk to the police about the crimes against them. Not to mention the fact that we know for a fact that Black people are prosecuted incorrectly all the time. Shout out to the Innocence Project. Like, what do you mean? Shout out to the, you know what I'm saying, the Brooklyn Five or the Central Park Five or whatever. Like, Black people are blamed for everything because they just don't like us.
Who's they?
Other races, other people,
It doesn't
us,
matter.
people.
It
They
doesn't
just
matter.
don't like us.
What other race worries about who likes them?
I
Name
don't really
one
give a
other race in America
but
that worries about
I
who
don't
likes
really
them.
care who likes us. I'm talking about the facts of it though. The facts of it though is Black Wall Street was burnt down over Emmett Till, and that story wound up being a lie. You can't dispute that. The fact of it is you have plenty of people that are of other denominations engaging in sexual and misconduct and abuse, and they are never prosecuted to the same extent that a person of color is. Come on now, you're gonna sit there and say, or that doesn't come up, Mr. Tia?
Well, no, what I'm going to say, madam, is that the overwhelming majority of Black death is done by Black people. The
Oh, that's because you've
overwhelming majority of it. That's what, and that's fact.
That's
fact.
that's because you've got that information from Stud Tia. But let's really think about it. Let's really think about it critically without pulling up possibly
Data.
incorrect.
We don't need
possibly
to
incorrect
data. Let's talk about the data. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, we can talk about the data. Let's talk about the Innocence Project. How many people that are of color have been arrested and incarcerated for the better part of 2 decades and then found out through a DNA examination that they were innocent and they were accused and locked away for killing a Black person? That invalidates your data.
That happens to Black people and white people.
But does it happen?
That happens to Black people and white people.
Correct. I didn't say
What,
that
what
it
does
what I'm saying
what does the fact what does the
happened.
fact that it happened mean?
That means that the statistical data is incorrect. Because
No, it
whatever
doesn't.
the plot, yes, it does.
See, Black women and statistics
Are
don't
you
mix.
crazy? If you pulled up
They
the
don't.
statistics,
They don't for you.
right, it doesn't. I know because it's not your way of thinking. So of course, because I'm a woman, it doesn't mix. It can't be because I have a critically
Why do
objective
women fight against academic data so much?
Oh my God,
That-
because
that
the
is a
academic
complete-
data is incorrect. When those people,
That is a complete non sequitur. That is a
it
complete
actually
non sequitur. You're like,
it's not
there's
my
someone
fault
who
that
was the Innocence Project freed somebody, so your statistics don't matter.
right. That proves
It's
that.
idiotic.
Is it? Wow, idiotic. That's disrespectful. I won't stoop to your level of conversation because it's not really pointless. It has no point. But at the end of the day, if you have statistical data in those years that the several people that were released by the Innocence Project stated that in the crime data for that year, they were a person of color, they committed a crime against someone else, and they were innocent. That
But,
means
ma'am,
I'm sorry. You're constantly cutting me off because Black men don't like to be proven incorrect. Now we can all get real salty. We can.
Well, hold on, Lady Raw. Hold on, Lady Raw. Hold on.
That's the host, madam.
Let me ask you, Lady Raw. Do you believe that racism is the biggest problem that Black people have in this country? Is racism our number one problem?
Absolutely. We wouldn't be here without racism.
Oh, wow.
No, damn it, no.
What were you expecting, Brother Xavier?
So,
Come on.
So you're saying that we don't have other problems that trump racism. Now, don't get me wrong, all right? Because I get accused of this shit a lot. That I think racism doesn't exist. That's bullshit. I'm a black man living in America in his 50s. Absolutely, I know there's racism in America. I just don't think that it's our top priority. I don't think that racism is like number one. I think that shit is like number 107 or some shit like that. So what makes you think that racism is the biggest problem that black people have? I want to know what makes you think
Well,
that.
I mean, are y'all gonna let me talk without interrupting me, or if I'm gonna say a sentence and then y'all
Yes,
gonna
go ahead, Lady Raw. You got it.
Okay, first of all, uh, it's incorrect because we know that back to what somebody said in the chat. Statistical data is based off of science. Science is based off if and only if hypothesis proven or disproven. At any point in that process, if one of the items or one of the factors is incorrect or cannot be proven to be consistent at all the times, the whole entire formula is wrong. But I'm just a liar. But when it comes down to why racism is the biggest problem, we're going to look at education. Education is based off of property value. Property values are based off of redlining. Redlining was a tool of racism that segregated the American culture from black to white based off of what? Race. What then happened? Property values never got the chance to increase because they were never taxed, which means the educational systems were never properly funded, which means the opportunity to gain wealth and education was missed by a whole group of people. That is why we have poverty right now and a lot of people that are undereducated. But I mean, everybody has their own opinions and their own understanding of historical context. And, because it doesn't fit the argument that most people want to say when they want to deny racism exists and that racism is, in fact, the biggest problem because it has kept us at the bottom of the totem pole, people get up in arms, I guess, whatever.
Can I address that, Brother Xavier, real quick?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
All right. Let me disprove what the lady just said. Okay. We were in chattel slavery for 310 years. 1865, it ends. After 1865, we as black people go out throughout the West and the South, and we build over 130 settlements, towns with multiple banks, hotels, restaurants, you name it. These are hotbeds of economic activity. All right. Did some white people come and destroy some of those settlements? Yes, they did. But what's interesting is while dealing with overt, blatant racism in the form of black codes, in the form of Jim Crow and legalized segregation, we had an 80% marriage rate. The black dollar circulated in those communities 3 to 5 years. Okay? 80% marriage rate, the black dollar circulating in those communities 3 to 5 years. 60 years after the civil rights legislation has passed and we devote ourselves to Democrat ideology, the black community in America is almost been destroyed completely. Black marriage is at an all-time low. 29% of black people are married, and 80% of our children now are born out of wedlock. So white racism, 310 years of white racism, we came out of it and built a pretty magnificent future for ourselves. But just 60 years after giving our complete political allegiance to the left and embracing feminism, victimization, and single motherhood, now the black race in America is completely separated from itself. We can't stand each other because largely black women have embraced feminism. So you're telling me that white racism has had more of a detrimental effect than single motherhood? Single motherhood has almost destroyed the black race in this country.
And that's just on women, right? Because it doesn't have anything
No. It's not just on women. It's on women largely and the small group of black men that get picked to make all these out of wedlock children. That's who
Wow.
it's on.
So it's the large group of women and the small group of men.
I can prove it. I can prove it.
Listen. With your
I can
statistics,
prove it, madam. I
anyway,
can prove
let's
it.
get into it. We never came out of anything when we had people like holding us down, when we had colored and white fountains, which was one of the catalyst points in this show, when we had redlining, which was born during the 1930s, a government issue underwriting manual by the Federal Housing Administration, which ensures some mortgages. The guide was so lenders could assess property values based on demographic and location, as well as dictating what borrowers were eligible for mortgage loans that
And
met.
we had an 80% marriage
I
rate.
wasn't finished.
We had an 80% marriage rate during your redlining and all these other problems.
Go ahead. You're gonna keep on yelling, so that's fine.
No. I'm not yelling at you. Now you're being dishonest. I didn't yell at you.
You're raising your voice dramatically.
No, I didn't raise my voice, man. I'm talking how I normally talk.
That
Can you
means
address the fact that through all those problems, we had an 80% marriage rate? Can you
banks
do
were
that?
reluctant to issue loans without FAH insurance, as having the government backstop meant they could share the risk while also meeting the standards of engaging in safe and sound lending practices. And it was based on social and racial occupancy, like how I was saying. Now,
And it was almost 100 years ago.
okay, wow.
It was almost
Wow.
100 years
When-
ago that it started.
Right,
How long
it's
are you going
less
to
than
attribute
100
our
years.
problems as a race to redlining?
Stabilize. It took yet less than 100 years to destabilize a whole entire race of people.
Oh my God. Redlining. No, it's single motherhood that destabilized Black America, not redlining.
Wow.
What are you talking about, madam?
How do you gain
That's
power?
nonsensical.
Oh, look at you.
So no, what you're saying is
How do you?
what you're saying is
how
house
do
prices
how
have
do
had a
you
more
establish-
detrimental effect on Black America than 80% of our children being born out of wedlock. Are you serious?
Now, see, this is why Black people
Are you
behind
serious?
the 8 ball. How do you build wealth? How do you attain
You build
power?
wealth. No, I'll tell you how you build wealth. You build wealth by marrying your child's father, not divorcing him and destroying his wealth. And then when you two die, you pass that wealth on to your children. Black people don't do that.
Wealth? What's the wealth?
Black people don't do that, madam.
What is the wealth?
Financial wealth,
How
wealth
do you-
produced
and
by
how do you-
insurance.
Wealth is not produced
do
by
you know why white people are wealthy?
Wealth is
Do you
not
know why?
produced by
It's largely because of their home prices and insurance.
It's largely because of their property.
Their
and their assets.
no, it's largely because of their property and the fact they have insurance.
No, it's about property.
No, it's also about insurance.
Hold on,
life
Lil Baby.
insurance.
You are
Lil-
really raising your
It's
voice.
about life
Okay.
insurance
Yes,
too, madam.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you a question. Because
Sure, go ahead.
how does life insurance get evaluated to make sure you have the proper coverages? It's based off your assets. And one of the biggest assets that qualify you for bigger insurance policies is property.
Ma'am, the first thing I said was property.
But
The
it
first
doesn't
thing
have
I
anything
said was
to- I mean,
property,
insurance
and
is
then I
not wealth.
said insurance. I said their houses and insurance.
But insurance is
I
not
told the
wealth.
complete story. You didn't.
Insurance is not wealth. Insurance is a fail-safe. It is not wealth.
Ma'am, when mom and dad die, the children get $250,000. That is wealth.
You know what wealth is? Wealth is Johnson & Johnson. Wealth is the
Wealth is
Rothschilds.
Johnson & Johnson.
Wealth
That's what it's going to
is-
say if I look up the word.
See, now you're being facetious, but it's okay.
No. I'm dealing with a woman who.
Do you think that the Johnson & Johnson family has passed off a legacy of wealth based off insurance? No, they didn't need it. See, when
You're
wealthy,
talking
you
about
don't
one
need
family.
it.
I'm talking about the majority
Actually, there's more
of
than
white
one
people.
family. There's more than
Oh,
one family because there's only 1% of people in the United States
I'm
of
a
America
pass.
that are wealthy. That are wealthy.
I've made commitments to
It's
myself,
the-
but I can't argue.
But you're not arguing.
I
You
just
have a different
I just want to
opinion
say
and you're just upset.
before we continue,
You're just
I
upset.
just want to say that this show is going way better than I thought it was going to go. But continue.
I'm gonna let the other brothers get in. I'm gonna let the other
Okay,
brothers.
I'm loving it.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
Lil Baby. So you're saying it's real estate, right?
I'm saying that property, yes, real estate,
Uh-huh.
contributes
And
tremendously to wealth, to generational wealth.
Oh, okay. So then why are black people selling their homes to gentrification?
Because they don't understand wealth principle, because we think that wealth is insurance, and it's
Oh my
not.
Wait, can you substantiate that black people think wealth is insurance?
Of course
Well,
you can.
we just had one sit here and try to yell and argue that, oh, it's insurance and you need to have
Okay,
insurance.
so
Do
Robbie,
you
he
see the
wasn't yelling.
victim game?
I listened to the
hold
whole
on.
thing. He wasn't
Game, that's
yelling.
what you just said. That's what you just
You're
said.
playing the victim game. He's
I'm not
yelling at
saying
me.
any. You are
He's
yelling. You're
yelling at
raising
me.
your voice, and it's okay. That's what you
He's
do.
yelling at me.
Well, okay, I'll say this since it will make you feel better. You're talking extremely loud for no reason because I'm not talking to you loud like that.
Oh wow. Good deal. Gotta love the ABW. Gotta love it.
Jesus.
Gotta love the ABW.
Anything else before we move on to some funner stuff? Because we're gonna vacillate now. We're gonna vacillate between serious shit and some funny shit. So if y'all want to continue this, go ahead.
Wait,
Brother
I got
Cluu.
something for
Go
Raw
ahead,
B.
brother.
You don't think that single motherhood is any part of the problem?
Of course it is, but it's not because of the vast amount of women that are, single mothers. It's because the vast amount of men that want to sit there and smash and have sex with women without commitment or marriage. You're
I can
having
prove that to be a lie.
those guys in? Who let
I can
them
prove
in?
that to be a lie.
Sex doesn't happen without the woman's approval.
Listen. I realize that I'm in a fairly male-dominated space, so we're not going to hold accountability to men just spilling their seed everywhere. We're not going
They're spilling their seed in what?
It's not true.
In what exactly?
Ladies, it's all your fault. You're horrible.
Nobody
you're
said
white,
that.
and you're
Nobody
black,
said that,
and
Raw
don't
B.
have sex with these black men, and just don't do it.
Nobody said that.
Real quick, I'll say this and I'll be quiet. 51% of black men are single and childless. 32% of black men are married. That leaves 17% of black men making all these children with all these black women. That's why we have baby mamas. That's why men have baby mama number 20, baby mama number 25. Okay?
So the 51% of men
single and childless. Yes, ma'am.
that you say are single and childless, because there are men
No,
that
that's what blackdemographics.com says. That's what
oh my God.
yeah.
So you ain't never,
Yeah, all
so
these
you ain't never,
untrustworthy stats. I know.
so you ain't never seen men not claim the children that they have?
Ma'am.
Yes or no?
Not on a large scale, no.
Okay, so you haven't.
No.
I mean, since
No.
you're so,
It's such a I'm sure it's such a small. Now men are lying that they have children now.
Since
Hold
you're
on, I'll
so
tell you,
well
Robbie. I'll tell you, Robbie. Yeah, I've seen it.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I've
Thank
seen
you
it.
for the honesty. I can respect you now.
I said on a small scale.
No. I'm just waiting for the see. Now that means it's true because you've seen it.
No. Because I wasn't finished. So all the single mothers now, since you're so well versed in statistics, I'm just a dumb girl. I'm a dumb ABW.
I didn't call you a dumb girl.
I mean, you said
I
women
didn't
and
call you that.
statistics don't mix, so I clearly don't understand
No,
statistics.
I said
So
that.
how many? Well, whatever. Both of y'all. How many single mothers actually have the father not listed on the birth certificate?
A lot of these women don't even know who their child's father is.
Is it that they don't
They're
know?
having sex with so many different men.
Is it that they don't know, or that the man doesn't want to claim the
Ma'am,
child?
an entire industry has been brought up of women not knowing who their child's father is. An entire entertainment industry has been brought up behind it.
But
This
guess
is how
what?
reckless. This is how reckless so many of these women are.
Oh my gosh. So when the men are found out and established to be the father, that are black and that are single and that are childless, and all of a sudden have a child, doesn't that change up the statistics?
I would imagine it would.
What?
Yes.
What?
Okay. That's all.
Do you? Because a man was found out to have a child out of wedlock, it completely invalidates a statistical survey.
No, what I'm saying is these surveys are based off of information that's not completely accurate. We're always going to know who a child belongs to in regards to the mother, because the child comes out of the mother. That doesn't negate the accountability for the men that are sleeping with these women, that are sleeping with so many men, and that are abandoning their children. This is why we are stuck in dead last as a race.
But this is the
Because in
problem,
all
madam. It's not so
actuality,
many men.
because in all actuality, men are promoting this agenda where it's okay to pump and dump women, where it's okay to smash and dash. What does that create? A whole legion of single mothers.
But that's the pump and dump is the pump and dump ideology is fairly new. The free love slut walk, I'm a whore and I can do it if I want to, has been going on since the late 60s, early 70s with
And
feminism.
okay, and how many years has it been going on that men, especially black men, had multiple families and their children didn't even meet each other until after they was
That
very
wasn't widespread. It's not
It
a
wasn't
widespread
widespread?
phenomenon. I'm sorry. It's not a widespread phenomenon.
What is?
Talking about?
Excuse
It's
me,
not
Robbie.
widespread. This is some color
Okay.
purple
Excuse
crap
me.
you're bringing up.
It's color purple?
Excuse
I
me,
Yeah,
Robbie.
this is color purple
Yes,
crap.
honey. What would you like?
Excuse me, Robbie. What are your statistics on the number of black men that happened to?
Oh Lord, here we go with these goddamn statistics. I'm not pulling up those statistics because, again, statistics can be pulled for anything to validate any portion of an argument, depending on who did the testing and what they're testing and looking for.
You know what's weird? You know what's
hold
weird?
on.
Admit
So,
that, or you're not going to admit that.
so is there any source of truth out there that you could bring forth to substantiate any of your claims?
Can you bring forth any source of truth to substantiate your claims outside of a
I didn't.
statistical
I
website?
actually haven't made any. I actually haven't made any.
I'm asking the question.
No, I asked the question,
I
right?
know,
You're
and I'm
answering
asking
it.
you one back.
No,
I
no.
don't trust. I don't trust statistics as concrete proof because the statistics are subjective and it's depending on who is leading the statistical study, the results
Right.
you will find.
But that's not what I asked you though.
How can we have a conversation?
That's not what I asked you.
Conversation I had without statistics, but y'all.
I didn't ask you that. I said, do you have any data?
Numbers.
Yes, I have plenty of data, and I gave it to y'all. But y'all only validate.
What? No. You didn't give me any.
Okay, well, I just
Did
showed you
you ever?
redlining. Did I just show you
No.
redlining? I just showed you laws.
What?
Why do
You
think
didn't
that
show
those
me
are?
any laws.
What are you talking about? I just showed
hold
you
on.
redlining.
What?
You know that is not a law. That's a law.
Redlining is a law.
New deal. Are you serious?
Oh my God,
Okay.
redlining.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Oh my gosh.
So,
I said you said
hey,
I have.
everybody. Little big Cluu. Hold on for a second.
You said I didn't show you any data, and
I
just
I was
law,
very.
and then you said that it wasn't a law.
I asked you a very specific question.
Yes, and I told you it's.
And I said, "Do you have it?" No. We're gonna reel this back in.
Okay, let's start from the top. Go ahead.
So, what I said was, "Do you have any data, right, to substantiate your claims?" That's all I asked you. And then you went on a soliloquy about how you can't trust them. So that's kind of like a
no.
Yes
What I said
no
was you can't trust statistics, and then I further answered your question to say,
is that a no?
No, but excuse me. I further answered your question to say that I trust the laws, to which you said I didn't show you any law, to which I reminded you that I just did.
Okay, so you trust the laws. Hold on, little big Nates.
No, sure, go ahead.
So you said you trust the laws. So, but you just made a claim about how many black men have multiple families. And I asked you, what do you have to substantiate that as far as statistical analysis? Because that was your retort to
and I told
something
you
Little Big Nate said.
I don't believe in the statistics. I believe
So
in the law.
So you're just talking about your personal opinion.
No, I'm not talking about my personal opinion at all. Like
so
how
you're bringing up an example to invalidate actual data.
Like how I said, it's not actual data. It's actual data according to your point of view.
No, I didn't even put it forth. Right. I was just asking how you are. I'm asking you how you are substantiating your objection.
That's
what I'm asking.
No, actually, what you're doing is saying because I don't agree with the statistical data that your friend is providing, that my argument is not valid because I am basing my argument on the creation of law. And I don't have any actual data, which is your actual words that you just spoke like 1 minute ago, because
Right.
I don't have
No,
statistics.
see, that's
No,
where
because I don't have statistics to validate it. That's what you just
raw
said. That's what
raw
you
B,
just
that's
said.
where you're
That's what you just said.
conflating because
No,
I did not ask
I'm
you.
not conflating
I
anything.
did not
Just
my
said
original
that my
question.
argument. No, you just said my
My
argument.
original,
Just said.
we're gonna reel it back
Just
in
said. No,
because what I said was,
no. What you just said
how are
was
you
what you
substantiating your claim?
right
So
because
you
you
ran to
there you
redlining,
said
but what we
I
were talking
said
about
the
was
law.
statistics.
No, you are talking statistics. I am speaking about the law, and because I don't choose to validate the statistics that you choose to use, that is a problem for you, and that's okay. I don't have to look at statistics and validate them.
If
And
I could,
I think it is very disrespectful that you would sit there and say my argument is not valid because I don't believe your statistics. What I said was statistics are subject to opinion of who is doing the study. Never did I completely discredit your points on statistics, but I understand you're a man and you stand up to P. So that's the only way that y'all can debate.
That wasn't disrespect. That was just a discussion, by the way.
a larger determinant, madam, a larger determinant of how the statistics work is the methodology, not who does it. Number one.
Right, and the methodology.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Already addressed
Let
it.
me finish. Let me
Go
finish.
ahead. Go ahead.
Number two, madam, didn't seem to be that much of a problem with the stats during the 90s on Donahue, on Rolanda, on Ricky Lake. When all these educated black women would get on these shows talking about how many black men are in jail versus in college, they used statistics. How many black men have degrees versus black women? They used statistics to make their arguments. Now, because things have largely been turned around, black men have turned around their stats and their images tremendously from the 1990s and the crack era and the gang epidemic. Crime is the lowest it's been in 50 years. And that's largely because black men aren't participating in crime to the degree that they were 30 years ago. Black men, according to the American Enterprise Institute and Black Men Making It in America, the study that they did, very comprehensive study, 64% of black men are in the middle class, challenging all this dusty talk. And according to the Institute for Family Studies, 1 out of 5 black men is in the upper class. And again, we have to deal with the issue that more than half of black men are single and childless, according to these, phony statisticians. And 32% of black men are married, and the vast majority of those men are not out making multiple families. They're just not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So that leaves 17% of black men making all these children with all these black women. Can you speak to that?
T.P.O.T, can you please share the screen?
Yes, I will. But hold on a second. Let me acknowledge my brother, brother Nick Taylor, with the $5 super chat. He said, without statistics, how would one know the effects of said law, good, bad, or otherwise? And I thought I was a smart guy. I appreciate that, brother Taylor. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, brother Nick. There you are.
Not just from one site, from multiple sites. 85% of statistics are false or misleading from scienceblogs.com. Datapine.com, 73.6% of statistics are false.
They're using statistics to prove statistics are wrong.
The data can be misleading due to the sampling method.
They're using statistics to prove statistics are wrong.
Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling?
I'm not yelling, madam.
Not yelling.
It's my mic. I have a really good mic. I'm sorry.
Okay, do you want me to switch my mic? Because this is the light one. I can get louder. Don't
do your
you
thing.
have,
Oh
you
shit.
have, you
Do your
have
thing.
consistently, and I have come here to disprove your point and further prove the point that I am making. You have consistently jumped in saying it's your mic to overtalk me. And the fact remains, this is the same statistics or whatever that you want to use as the proof of your argument. And from multiple instances, as I originally stated, due to the sampling method used to obtain data, statistics can be misleading, which is
Oh
what
my God,
I
that's what I said. You
that's
said
no, it's not. You a
you
goddamn
said it
lie,
was
and
who
the
compiled
truth
it.
ain't in you. And the truth ain't in you. Because
You said
know
it was based on who
T.P.O.T.
compiles it. I said the methodology. Thank you for proving me right.
First
Salute.
of all, no, I don't think so.
Ma'am,
You
that's
are
exactly
truly
what was
trying
said.
it. At the end of the day, like I told you, your statistics are invaluably waste of time because they are
Gotcha.
more likely than not false.
Gotcha.
That's what I said from the beginning. So if you want to sit there and take credit for my thought process, I mean, that's what most men attempt.
I said methodology.
That's
You
what
said
most
who compiles it.
That's what most men attempt to do. Your
Gotcha.
statistics are invalidated on multiple levels because multiple sources prove that statistics are usually false and misleading.
Wow, they're usually false. So, but our
By a preponderance
economists,
of the evidence.
our politicians, our economists, damn near everybody uses them to figure out how to move the country forward or backward, whatever they're trying to do. Interesting.
Right, that's politics. That's not utilizing the truth. And again,
Well, I said economists, all sorts of people use stats.
Right.
But they're false, according to you.
Right.
Gotcha.
Not according to me. Not according to me. We're talking about Washington State University. We're talking about mental health. Like, what are you talking about? We're talking about science blogs.
You pulled one opinion from some academics at Washington University that invalidates centuries of statisticians doing their job.
See,
Gotcha.
this is why I don't come into these spaces to have conversations. These are multiple. In fact, there are 784 million results that say statistics are false and misleading. But you're right, it's just one because you don't want to be incorrect. And
No. But madam, why are they still used by countries all the G8, all the top countries in the world still use them? Why is that?
For manipulation.
Rob B.
And I don't like the fact that you said, "Oh, that's why I don't come over here." I don't say that shit, Lady Raw.
Listen, T.P.O.T, but it's true. It's why. That is exactly why. Because I can concede any point when someone is right. And what I find is a lot of men over here cannot concede the point. You were wrong. You were wrong because you want to sit there and try to minimize my point of view because I don't believe in statistics that have been categorically found to be misleading. And it has to be because I'm an American Black woman, because I'm a woman and statistics don't mix and all of this and all of that, completely disrespecting my ability to investigate the scientific process and find it to be invalid. How dare you?
So says the woman.
The
asshole. Yes.
The first search result that tried to discredit statistics was from scienceblogs.com. How official is that? Does that sound official to you? Scienceblogs.com.
Good deal.
Anybody can say anything and it get picked up by the Google search algorithm. You know that. You're in this game.
I know, but that's why the beauty is you don't stop at the first result and you continue to keep going down. And when you have 784 million results that say statistics are misleading, sure, you can utilize them as a tool, but it is not the complete picture. And
are they misleading or are they misunderstood?
No, they're misleading. Because people like what is this little Nate come up here and they spit these statistics which are not the complete and total picture. So it's misleading and it's used as a tool for manipulation because anybody
all those stats he said false.
It is false if it's not representing.
So you can pull up the truth. Is that right?
No, you can't. You have to actually collect so much information.
But you deemed his research false, so that means you have the truth. Let's see it.
No. Well, no. In order to do statistics correctly, you have to poll 360 million Americans individually. That's what you have to do, right, man?
Exactly.
Right? Gotcha.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
That's exactly what I said.
Wait a goddamn minute. Wait a goddamn minute. This show is about racism. It isn't about
black men are racist against black women.
No. What this show demonstrates,
Lady Raw.
what this show demonstrates,
She don't believe that
what
shit.
Obsidian said.
She don't believe that shit.
Well, this show illustrates
is
what
about
Obsidian said.
goddamn racism. Goddamn it! Not about numbers. About racism, bigotry, discrimination, prejudice. That's what this goddamn show is about.
No, T.P.O.T, because it's about single mothers, because 51% of black men are single and childless, and it's just all black women. We perpetuate the racism.
Nobody said
Wow.
We just
So,
said like
so
most.
after decades of demanding complete autonomy over your life, where you make all your own decisions now, and because a lot of those decisions end up destroying you,
Listen,
it's
Lil
still
Nate.
our fault.
Listen,
Gotcha.
Lil Nate. Listen,
Gotcha.
Stop calling him Lil Nate.
Gotcha.
Lil Nate. Find a way to smile now, Lil Nate. Because what
Gotcha.
What I said
80% of your children are born out of wedlock.
Hey, not mine.
Keep up the good work.
I don't care.
Keep
Just
up
like
the good
you,
work,
my
madam.
nigga. I don't give a shit.
I know you don't care. Of course you don't. Why would you?
What are you talking about? Are you
Why
crazy?
would you?
Because it's a personal choice. That's the point of it all.
Exactly. Women are free to make the choices they want, and they're destroying almost everything.
And men are
They're destroying almost everything.
Men are destroying everything. Yes, I know it is disingenuous.
If all of the fail safes, if all of the fail safes are
I didn't
given
say
to
that.
women,
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't.
You've been talking. You've been
Now you're using blatant falsehoods.
No, I'm not.
I did not say men are free from guilt.
Yes, you
I
did.
said what I said is the number.
It's on women. It's on women.
Madam,
you guys have autonomy over
madam, what I said is it's a very small
it's
group of black men that are guilty of
it's
this.
very small, but it's a large
Small
amount
group
of
of
the
black
women.
men.
You're shifting the blame
Sorry.
to women. Do women impregnate themselves? I just want to know real quick.
No. They don't, but they choose who impregnates them. That's the problem.
Do they?
I have a saying. I have a saying on my show. Madam, I have a saying on my show. I have a saying on my show. You want to know the saying?
I don't care.
No, I'm going to tell you anyway. I'm going to tell you anyway.
Oh, let me take my headphones off.
You ain't shit, bro.
You can't turn Chief Keef into Heathcliff Huxtable. You can't turn Chief Keef into Heathcliff Huxtable after he gets you pregnant. That's black women's problem. Okay.
Well,
I need you to figure that out. Thank you.
I'm gonna say this, right? And the reason why I did this the way I did this tonight, because usually when I do these shows, and shout out to brother Cluu, I appreciate that, brother Cluu, that $5 super chat. He says, chat, does my mic sound better than 30 minutes ago? But to me it does. I don't know what they're hearing out there, but it sounds a lot better. But you get this. It does. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. But now I'm pissed. Y'all done ran brother Friedman off the goddamn show.
Oh,
all right.
He got technical difficulties. He's coming back.
You done ran brother Friedman up off of here.
Oh no.
Now, the reason why I did this the way I did this tonight was usually when I do these shows, right? I usually start off with a couple white folks, maybe a Latino, an Indian, a few blacks. You know, that's how I usually start off. The first week, that's how I did it. I had white folks and Indians and goddamn body else. Second week, same thing, white folks, Indians, black folks. But tonight I start with all black folks. And what happens?
Crazy.
It turns into a food fight. Now, that may be racist of me to say that, but I just wanted to see I wanted to see how it would be if I started out with all black folks. And now I know. So I probably won't be starting off with all black folks again.
That's some racism.
I probably won't be doing that again.
That's racist, mad at niggas for nigging.
Of course, this is the ridiculous race game.
Yeah.
Of course it's racist. It's
racist,
supposed to be racist. Have you forgotten where you are? Let me
Right.
remind you where you are. Live from the T.P.O.T studios, the game where we talk about discrimination, prejudice, bigotry, with all of the absurd hypocrisies and contradictions that come with it. Get ready to play the ridiculous race game. There is no too much racism here. You can be as racist as you want here. That is the nature of the game. Racism, bigotry, discrimination, all that. We don't care about you slanging cracker or nigger or whatever you want up in here. That's how it goes down on the ridiculous race game. But let me ask y'all this. What goes on, because I've heard this before, what goes on in certain pockets of Black society, whether it be the illegitimate births, whether it be the crime, the poverty, the despair, the whatever you want to put in that blank, people often say that it's not a Black problem. They say it's an American problem.
Facts.
Do you believe that? Obviously you do, Lady Raw B. But brothers, do you believe that what goes on inside certain pockets of Black society, do you believe that it is a mostly Black problem, or is it an inherently American problem?
It's a classism problem.
What?
The same things that are happening to poor Blacks are happening to poor whites. Same thing. It's just marketed differently with different words.
I think the problem with Black America is everything is just so much more severe. You know, I mean, these problems are present in, half of Latino children are born out of wedlock, 30% of white children are. So, I mean, these problems are present in most of the communities in this country, but just because Black people are so incalcitrant and no other group of people have such a discord and disconnection between the male member of that community and the female. Obsidian, I was talking about this earlier, Obsidian says racism is not the biggest problem facing Black America. It's that Black men and women just do not get along. And he's 100% right. Racism has nothing on our inability to get along, and it's just got nothing on it.
Yeah, Brother Obsidian's been saying that for years.
Check out the first hour of this show.
Right, exactly. No doubt. Because my thing is this. It's funny too, right? Like, since we want to talk about the 90s and the 2000s, right? Black men were so intrigued with like white girls and like Spanish girls and the foreign girls, right?
Really?
So that's where they want, right? They went all over there. You know what I'm saying? There's music that's reflective of it or whatever. And now when Black women are like, you know what? You Black men have such an issue with Black women and y'all find us not worthy. We're going to go be with Chad or Jorge or, you know what I'm saying?
But the majority of Black men go after Black women.
Was I finished? Oh, I was. I thought I was.
Yeah. No, you weren't, but I interrupted.
Oh, okay.
The
Right,
majority,
exactly.
the majority of Black men go to Black women.
At the end of the day, though,
that's what the
then
statistics say.
Then these Black men be upset, like, oh my God, Black women are divesting. Like, I mean, if Black women are causing the majority of like single motherhood and Black women are the problem because, they don't want Black men to have control, why do other Black men care? Like, go find you a Black woman that wants to do what you want to do and be happy. And otherwise, just leave the rest of the Black women alone. Like, I think Black women need to learn how to follow their own paths. Black people need to learn how to follow their own paths and just be happy. And like, stop feeling like we got to click up and join together to be one. Nah, if I don't like you, you don't like me. Why? I got to like you because you got the same skin tone as me. You got to be crazy.
I agree to a certain extent.
I agree with that too.
I agree to a certain extent.
We all agree.
But okay. Lady Raw B, I know that you're married, right? You're a
Yes,
married
I
woman,
am.
right?
Yes, yes.
So,
With
do
children in
you
wedlock.
do yes, I know.
He
Do
ain't asked you
you
that.
do you see a problem with do you see a problem with black and white folk, you know, intermingling, getting married, dating, having children? Now, the reason why I ask, even though you said what you said, is because it appears most of the time, especially when it comes to black women, they have a problem when it comes to black men seeking other races, to commingle with and date and marry, but they don't seem to have a problem when women do it. Do you think that there is a problem there? Is there some type of a racial double standard where they're like, it's all right for me, but not all right for thee?
That's very funny that you say that. Like, I don't see an issue with it at all. But what I usually see is black men like being super pissed off when they see a black woman with like another race's.
Really?
No.
Interesting.
No.
I always thought it was reverse. I mean,
Yes.
if I could chime in real quick, brother X.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother Big Nate.
Oh, here we go.
Maya, just let's look at the contradictions and the double standard. I don't think any black man who wrote some, outside of slave narrative like The Color Purple, Alice Walker, would have been celebrated to the extent that he would have been if he was married to a white woman. Maya Angelou has had a couple of white husbands, and she's a national treasure. Black women have been dating and sleeping and choosing white men, and still they get put on pedestals and acknowledged as magnificent members of the community, and like Maya Angelou and Alice Walker, multiple different white husbands.
Oh my God.
It's black men who can't do
Supreme
that.
Court judge.
Right, but then Halle
It's black men
Berry.
who can't do that.
But then Halle Berry gets vilified because she has white and Hispanic husbands. But then Serena
No, that's
Williams.
not true.
Oh
Halle
wow,
Berry
I'm
gets
sorry.
vilified
You
because
just spoke.
she
You just
can't.
spoke
No
for
man wants
wild
to stay with
long.
her.
You just spoke for wild long, jumped in on what I was saying, and then as soon as I start speaking, you go to overtalk me again.
Well, no, I asked for permission to speak from Brother X, and you kind of jumped in.
Actually, you were
I
just
wasn't.
finished saying what you were saying, and I started speaking, and then you overtalked me. But I can understand, little Nate. You have issues with accountability.
Oh yeah, and that's why I put little in the title, because I have issues. Gotcha.
Exactly. Anyway, like I was saying,
completely illogical, but you are who you are.
T.P.O.T, like I was saying. So then you see women like Serena Williams harassed and castigated because she has a white husband. Like Eve harassed and castigated because she has a white husband. Like all the black women that have said, you know what, we're going to divest and we don't want to be bothered anymore. Harassed and attacked by said groups on social media because how dare they decide to go outside of their race. But then we're going to sit there and say that that doesn't happen because, that's we're just going to ignore the truth. Maybe they don't have the statistics yet.
You know what's interesting, Brother X? You know what's really interesting? How when wealthy black lesbians get a chance to pick who they want to marry, they pick white women. Robin Roberts, anybody? Raven Simone, anybody? The mayor of Chicago, anybody? Recently, there's an NBA player who just married her white wife. What, madam? Why are rich black lesbians choosing white women over the perfect, majestic black woman that they have access to? Can you answer that for me?
T.P.O.T. Now, did I just not say that there is vitriol when black women choose to date outside of their race? Thank you, little Nate, for
No, madam. If
I'm
black women are so magnificent, black women won't even pick them now. That's my point.
Now you see, T.P.O.T.
Black women aren't picking black women. Why is that?
You see, T.P.O.T, how the gaslighting goes. You asked me a question on
gotcha.
how I feel about people dating outside their race. I told you. You said it seems as if black women have a problem when black men date outside of their race. And I said to you, no, I think it's the other way around, or it's probably about 50-50. And then you got your boy over here, little Big Nate, trying to disrespect black women. Well, why? If the black
How is
women
that
are
disrespect?
so,
I'm stating a fact.
Little Big Nate, come
How
on
is that
now.
disrespect?
No, what you were doing was being disgustingly shady and trying it. At the
I'm
end
being
of the day,
shady by
I don't.
pointing out
No, you
all
were
these wealthy lesbians
sarcastic. Oh,
who
well,
are
the
choosing white
wealthy
women.
black lesbians are choosing white women instead of the majestic.
They are. Why is that?
Who gives a shit?
Oh, got you.
Who gives a
Got
shit?
you. Got you.
Who gives a shit? Why is that an
But
issue
Raw
for
B,
you?
how come they're not getting this smoke in government? What about the Supreme Court justice? What about the candidate? What about she's got a white man and no one's giving her smoke about it?
Yeah. Including black men aren't giving her any smoke.
What about nobody's giving Eve any smoke about
Nobody's giving
her
Eve any
billionaire
smoke.
white
Serious?
man?
Are you
no
serious?
smoke at all.
Okay,
But you
well,
let
now
Luke
you just
Cage.
gonna
Luke
sit over here
Cage
and
goes
lie.
on Wendy Williams and gets
Now you
booed
gonna sit
after
over
they
here
found
lie.
out he had
So what
a
about
white wife.
Cynthia G? Nobody's giving her smoke for choosing a white man.
We're talking about celebrities. That's
No.
Apparently,
Cynthia
that's
G gets
YouTube.
smoked because she promotes murdering black boys in the womb.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, you're sitting there
You
promoting
gonna skate
disrespect
past
to
that
black.
one, Robbie?
No, actually, I'm not. You're sitting there promoting disrespect to black women on a whole because you want to be sarcastic when you say the majestic black woman. So what is the difference?
Oh my God. Are you serious, madam?
I said what I said.
Madam.
I
I
said
could
what I said.
madam, I could literally pull up 10,000 videos of black women beating the living shit out of each other now. And I promise you.
And I could pull up 10,000
No,
videos
you
of black
couldn't.
men beating the shit
No,
out of each
you
other.
could.
What are
That
you
is a
talking
lie.
about?
That is
That's
a
a
lie.
lie?
The most predominant fight videos on the internet are black women fighting everybody.
Okay, whatever you say.
You see, this is why the problems don't get solved. You won't acknowledge these enormous problems. So
No.
they're never going to get fixed. Ever.
Oh my gosh, you are sitting there acting like certain things don't exist, and when I don't agree with you, you want to sit there and get loud and get upset.
Well,
I'm telling you that
Stop
did you
saying
say?
he's getting loud. He's not getting loud.
Thank you.
Okay,
Man,
well,
this is
fine.
how
We're all
I
talking at the same tone.
Okay,
That's
well,
brother-
then I'm gonna speak like this. You want to sit there and
Well-
say
well,
what you're
actually-
saying is right and exact.
actually,
And I'm
You're
this
loud
is,
right now,
this.
Robbie.
I know. 'Cause
Actually,
I'm
this
talking
is
loud
brother-
on purpose. I'm talking loud
This
on
is
purpose.
this is brother Big Nate's normal voice. Actually.
That's his normal voice.
Jesus
Yeah, this is-
Christ.
yeah, this-
Oh,
this
Jesus
is
I
his
know.
normal-
It's crazy. ain't it?
Jesus.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
if I could
what
just
up?
say this.
Fine. Hold on.
Go
Before
ahead,
you
go
say
ahead,
anything, brother Big Nate,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
about to introduce some white folks. I'm about to
bro.
bring some white.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm about to bring some crackers on here. God
oh,
damn it.
shit.
Bring the crackers.
Yeah, I'm about to bring some crackers on. And
Get
we're
Calvin
going to
Candy up
see
here.
how this goes. So, white folk, those of you who are not in your hurt feelings because I said cracker, if you wish to come through, you know what to do, white folk. Hit me
God.
on the
X
email.
is the devil.
It's Prophet of Thought himself, the Prophet of Thought at yahoo.com. That's Prophet of Thought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. But only write me if you're white. We got enough Negroes.
Now, black women, don't you
Maybe
forget.
one.
The quota.
Maybe
The
one.
quota.
We might can have maybe one more black person. But you
Celine,
need
come
to
on
be
up
white,
here, Celine.
Latino, or something else if you want to come up here, because we got the plenty black folks up here.
Yes,
Okay?
and
we
black
got
women,
plenty.
don't you forget, the black man is king, honey. Forget about your feelings, honey. Just lift them up because they are perfect. We are failing, honey. We're not doing what it is that they
Yeah, brother Daniel G. Latinos can come too.
step in line.
I'm being really prejudiced right now because I don't want no black people coming. No more black people coming in.
You reached the quota.
Whites, Latinos, and Asians only.
Yes. Don't find you a Morimoto. God damn it.
Yeah, because we about to get it on up in here. Because I'm waiting. My damn surprise guest didn't show up. Jesus.
What
Oh,
the
God.
hell?
Yeah, I had a surprise guest for y'all, man. And damn, they didn't show up,
Them.
man.
Nicki
Son of a
Minaj.
bitch.
That's because they get so loud on the mic. He scared them.
Son of a bitch.
I don't want to deal with that.
I got you.
I don't want to deal with that
Son of a
mean black
bitch.
woman. So I'm gonna take a rain check and come back next Saturday when she ain't there.
That's right. That's right. The meanest
Maybe
of
that's
them
what it
all.
was. They
She's
probably
an
was watching.
angry
He was
black
like,
woman.
they probably was like, damn, he got Lady Raw B up there. Fuck that.
You
I
didn't
ain't
tell me
coming.
you were gonna bring Raw B up. If
That's
you had
right.
told me you bring Raw B up, I would have said I can't make it. I'm sick.
That's right.
Well, I didn't tell the guests. Well, I didn't tell anybody who was coming because I never do. Okay, when I reach out to my guests, I don't be like, well, we're gonna have this one on, that one on. I think I might have leaked a few names out to Brother Big Day because me and him we talk on the phone and shit. I might have leaked a few names out, but usually I don't say too much about who's coming. I just kind of get everybody on. You look at the thumbnail, you can see. You know, you got to go to see. See, that's my thing. I make you go to my thumbnail. You got to go to it if you want to see what's happening this week. So, yeah.
Wait,
But
you talked
I
to
didn't
him?
put the surprise guests on. Go ahead, Lady Raw.
You talked to him on the phone?
I
Are
talked
your
to a
ears
lot.
up?
A
Are your
lot
ears
of brothers have my personal
Here we
phone
go.
number.
Here we go.
Are
Quite a
your
few
ears
brothers have my
okay?
personal number.
Do you have to put some cotton balls in there in order to protect your eardrum?
Well, see what it is, Lady Raw. Lady Raw, a lot of these brothers I actually deal with, off of, this damn computer. We actually talk about other things, besides YouTube and videos and shit like that. We talk about our families, our wives, our businesses, that kind of stuff. We make business deals, that kind of thing, so. Yeah, I talked to quite a few brothers. Quite a few brothers have my personal phone number. There's quite a few of them in the chat right now that have my personal cell phone number, not my business line, where they call that phone and I answer, not an answering machine. So, yeah.
Ooh, your phone gonna burn up tonight, honey. I know I got him mad. I hope y'all don't take this too personal. It's just a video.
Believe it or
No,
not,
no.
madam, we are accustomed to this.
Yeah, the brothers over here they're not going to get up in arms about a lady being on here because that's not new. Well, you know that. You're one of the few women that have actually had a debate on my channel. Remember?
I know. That's why it's
Did you
just
win?
funny.
Did you win?
Listen, it was
you
with Dana. I think it was a draw. No, I think Dana might have won. I don't know, but
Yeah,
It was against Dana?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, Dana's a
You
beast.
win against Dana?
Yeah.
I did. I
Well,
love
y'all try to act like y'all don't know. This is the T.P.O.T. YouTube page. Everybody has been here.
That's right. And Cortez.
Keep telling
don't worry
y'all.
about it.
I keep telling y'all. Everybody's been here.
Exactly.
I pride myself on that shit. But yeah. My surprise guest, I guess they got nervous because they saw Lady Raw up here. And
That's
they said,
right.
you know what?
That's right.
I'll hit X up some other time. I'm not coming.
Raw B is actually a nice person. She's actually.
Oh yeah, I like Lady Raw.
She is.
Obviously, when you see women up here, obviously they're women that I like, get along with, been on my shit before. I don't have the ratchet hoes up here that's gonna be acting all crazy and I have to throw them off. And nah, I'm not gonna have those kind of women on my channel. Lady Raw has been here before. And I know she's gonna stand up for herself. Of course, she's gonna say shit that I fucking vehemently disagree with, of course. But
That's right.
I
That's
mean,
the point.
but that's okay. That's okay. I don't expect her to come up this motherfucker and agree with me. And her and I, we get along for the most part. So, she's welcome up here anytime.
Thank you. And let me just make this disclaimer for your audience. No, I have a husband, and my husband is really, really, well, he's not really super chocolatey, but he's definitely black, and so are my children. I'm just showing you the ridiculousness of both sides of the argument. Men that have an issue with divesting will quickly want to divest. Women that have an issue with men divesting will quickly want to divest. It's stupid. Let the shit go. That's why I came on the ridiculous race show. It's a ridiculous race war. It's a ridiculous gender war. Everybody needs to be their own individual.
All that sounds well and good, but we don't need to know how chocolatey your damn husband is. God damn it! All the other stuff is fine. You could left that part out. Yeah, you could left that part out.
Well,
talking about chicks. You don't need to describe him.
Look, your
all
audience.
other shit is good. You could left that part out.
Well, your audience keeps saying I need to go to Brad. Like, I mean, if I wasn't with my husband, I might find me a Brad or a Cortez.
Lady Raw is
you know what I'm
actually
saying?
married. She has a family, folks. So y'all
I
are out of line. mind saying that shit.
I just hope, you know, you don't get Asia Maynard or, you know, Miss Smith or all these black women that end up dead with their white boyfriends lately. You know, I just hope that wouldn't have happened if you were to go that route. That's all.
First of
A
all,
lot of crazy stuff going on out here. A lot of crazy
that's
stuff.
because a lot of people don't know how to protect themselves. First of all, like this is a serious disclaimer. Ladies, if you're going on a date, tase that ass. Keep a taser with you. Have
You
your
got that thing in your hand.
Sure do. Keep it right here.
Or you could not go to a man's house that you just met on the internet. That might work too.
Somebody could kill you at the restaurant. Let's be honest. Somebody could bang you over the head and throw you in the trunk. Come on.
These women are going to these men's houses and they don't know anything about them.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Ladies, always keep your tasers because that could happen at the restaurant, in the parking lot. Listen, have your own car, keep your taser, keep your gun. Don't trust these fools because some men are crazy. I'm not going to say all men. Some men, the predominant amount of men are crazy. They're psycho, especially if you tell them no. So be prepared.
The predominant amount of men are crazy. Wow. Okay.
Tase their
Yeah,
ass.
but Lady Raw, you gotta
to
be honest here. If you're a female and you're going to some guy's house, I mean, if females are going to some guy's house, all right, they're going there to open their legs. They're not going there to freaking play goddamn spades or you know fucking checkers or no shit like that. If you're showing up at some dude's house, you gotta know that some sexual activity is on the table.
Wait,
at the very least, right?
Wait. So you mean to tell me that when men go to a woman's house, the men should already know they're coming over there to lick some box?
No.
How you gonna flip it like that?
That's sexual activity.
But I'm pretty sure the man is willing to adapt to that. If she say, "Well, you come up here, brother, you're gonna have to pull your dick out," he be like, "Well, okay."
But that's what happened. That's what happened with Miss Smith. You know, the case from about a month or 2 months ago. The black woman that met the older white man on Bumble, and he came to her house, and she ended up dead later that night. So
this is the thing, like, ladies. I mean, I feel like this. You should be able to go to anybody's house. Men should be able to go to women's house. Women should be able to go to men's house without sexual expectations. However, that only happens when you really know the person you're dating. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying it. I'm going to be sick, but I agree with Nate. You don't go to people's houses that you don't go to, but you don't know. You don't do that. Sick.
Thank you.
Because
we're making progress.
Yes,
women have to know this, right?
Yeah, he's making a little bit of sense. Yes, they need to know.
Making progress.
You can't be a woman and try to pretend like I'm going to this guy's house, but he's not gonna want me to come out of my damn skirt. Like, come on, man. I mean, the women are not that stupid, right? They're not that stupid where they show up at someone's crib and expect them not to want to bang them. Like, come on.
That's why, even if you know somebody for a while, when you go on that first date to his house, if you ain't trying to give up the cookies, this what you got to do, ladies. Number one, got to have your taser. Got to have it on hand. Number one. Number two.
That thing in your hand.
It's right
How
here.
about just not go? How about
That's what I said. How about you don't go to a guy's house you don't know?
How about y'all not listening to me? I didn't say when you go into somebody's house you don't know. I said even when you've been dating for a while, the first time you go to a man's house, if you don't want to give up that cookie, the stuff you got to have in order. Number one, you got to have your protection with you. Number two, you got to wear 2 pair of panties, some shapewear, some stockings. You got to wear a 1-piece cat suit. You got to wear sweatsuit over top of that so they can't get through to your clothes. But seriously, though, stop going to people's houses without commitment. Stop having sex with people without commitment. And by commitment, I mean like marriage. Like, these dudes will sweet talk you out your panties and leave you with a baby and then say you're the problem because you're a single mother.
We have made tremendous
with
progress.
your consent,
Here
by
I
the way.
am
You leave the
agreeing
consent
with
part
her.
out.
Oh my God.
What did you say?
I said we're making tremendous progress because here I am agreeing with Mrs. Raw.
Oh shit! Wait a minute.
Scary stuff, boy. Scary
Must be
stuff.
that New York thing.
That's
New York.
Let me tell you something. That's the thing, brother Big Nate. No matter how contentious it gets on the ridiculous race game, by the end of the night, most of us agree. See how that works?
Cool.
Oh yeah,
Genius.
how it
He's a
works.
genius right there.
That's how it works.
Now, Cortez, you may not be able to talk anybody out of their panties, but I know from numerous female accounts that they get smooth talked out their panties. Some men are really nice with their tongue, not just, in private spaces, but with honey potions that they pour out. That's how you got all these baby mamas.
You got all these baby mamas because the baby
And
mamas
none of
said
my
yes.
white contestants want to come up, huh? They must have got
These
mad
dudes be
because
talking that good.
I said cracker. They must have got mad because I said.
Well,
cracker.
what I'd like to hear more
Cracker
about
is
is
a
this.
compliment.
Can we hear more about the dual panty strategy for safety? Could you,
Yeah.
go a
Elaborate.
little
Women
deeper
don't
into
do
that.
that.
The multiple panty process. How does
Women
that
don't do
protect
that.
Yes, you better. You got to put on a pair of thongs because the thongs is going to be close to the body. They give you that one added layer. If he gets through everything else, then you got to put on the boy shorts over top of that. Then you got to put on your little tight, like stockings kind of leggings. Then you got to put your clothes on top of that. Sometimes you put on the body, shapewear, because that's real tight to the skin too. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be a little struggle to get off. You understand what I'm saying?
Well,
You know
I'll
a
give
lot
you
about
this
this.
back in response in the words of Jay-Z. When I go at you hard, I can get it through leather. You act like Jigga can't get a whoever.
Yeah.
I'm getting through leather. All right, so yeah, no worries.
Child, listen.
Shout out to
And
Jay-Z.
yeah, folks, I put the link in the chat. I dropped it a couple times, y'all, because there's actually a site that's dedicated to fake hate crime reports. It's fakehatecrimes.org/reports. There's actually a site that's full
I didn't know that.
bogus hate crimes, y'all. So go ahead and check it out. And I'm really disappointed I gotta say this, because this is what the devil does. He does it to everybody. I'm really disappointed in my Caucasian white followers, because I know y'all got mad because I said cracker. But y'all are sitting here all night, listen to me say nigga all night long.
Ain't no problem with that.
We don't have no problem with that. But because I said cracker, I know y'all feel some kind of way. Because as soon as I said crackers come up, that's when my numbers start to drop. So I'm really disappointed in my white followers. I'm really disappointed in y'all. And y'all know, y'all been watching me, so y'all know I don't give a shit about what y'all think, right? But I'm really disappointed that y'all got a problem with me using the cracker word, but don't got a problem with y'all using the nigga word.
Well, Brother X.
I'm just saying.
Celine, come on. Get Celine the link. Tell her, come on.
Oh, yeah,
Stop being
Lady
scared.
Celine's still here. Well, she
Yeah.
used to hearing my shit. She listens to my shit all the time.
I be seeing Celine over at Angry Man. What up, Celine? Hey, boo.
Yeah, Celine, she hears this shit. She, I guess she's really, really thick-skinned. My other white watchers are like, oh, fuck you, X. We knew you was just a nigga. We knew you was just a nigga like the rest of them.
You were one of the good ones. We changed our mind. We thought you were one of the good ones.
But Brother Xavier,
just a nigga. Go ahead.
Isn't it true that when it comes to black people, the biggest racial issue is not an interracial issue, it's an intra-racial issue.
Absolutely.
Our biggest problem is just dealing with each other,
Yes.
So, I mean, we could talk next 10 hours about our issues.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because we're prejudiced against each other, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The colorism issue, all this nonsense,
we think light-skinned people are better, or dark-skinned people are better, or light-skinned people are worse, or dark-skinned people are worse. There's a lot of that goes on, within, black society. It's another issue that we have. Me personally, I think we're some of the most prejudiced freaking people on the planet, and not prejudice against other races. I think a lot of our prejudice lies within, like you said, Brother Big Nate. A lot of our prejudice that we have against each other is astronomical. All right. And I think we need to start working on some of that while we sit around and cry about the prejudices of everybody else, Latinos and white folks and Asians. We need to work on the prejudices inside of Black society. We do.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's all a Black woman. Go ahead, Nate. Say it.
No, I wanted to ask you about colorism. Is that something that you think is an issue? We got a Black woman on the panel. I always like to ask them about this colorism issue. To me, it's a bunch of nonsense. But what do you think?
I think colorism is so fucking stupid. I don't know. I'm medium brown or whatever sometimes, and in the winter I look super pale, but I never get super dark. And I've always wanted black skin. I love chocolatey ass people. The melanin pops severely. I don't. Oh, you get light skin privilege because you look closer to white. It's fucking dumb because white people still look at you and say nigga. What is it? I don't.
Interesting.
Well, let me ask you this, Lady Raw B. Is it so much that
Cortez trolling you?
I know Cortez wants to be my friend.
Is it so much that when it comes with women, I mean, it could be different for men, but when it really comes to women, is the colorism exaggerated? The prejudice against each other, is it exaggerated depending on the attractiveness of the woman? Because a woman can be really, really dark, but if she's really, really attractive, I just don't think men are going to care about her color that much. And likewise, if you go down to the other end of the spectrum, and she's really, really light skinned, if she's busted and light skinned, I mean, I don't think they're necessarily saying, she looks a certain way because of her skin color. I mean, it's the attractiveness that has to play a part in it, right?
I think so, but people make excuses for anything. People use gender to make excuse, people use race to make excuse, people use everything to make a damn excuse. And it's not that deep. Either you want to deal with someone or you don't. Either you like people or you don't. It's not that freaking serious. And this is why I don't believe in statistics and all that other dumb shit. At the end of the day, you were who you were when you got here. You could see whatever information that you needed to see or that someone showed you. You're still going to feel how the fuck you feel. And you're going to make your assumptions. So who gives a shit? Because I could tell you what, for all the statistics that say that Black men ain't shit, I bet you I could find a good 20 Black men that are great. For all the statistics that say, oh, Black women are the problem, I can find a good 20, 30 Black women that will have Black men on their knees worshiping. So who gives a shit? Just do what works for you. Period. Yeah, I said worship. That's right. I said it.
Okay.
Yeah, it just seems like me that the level of attraction has a lot to do with it when it comes to, because to be honest, as a Black man myself, and I know I'm the oldest Negro up here, I haven't seen a lot of men where we care about whether or not this guy is light skinned or this guy is dark
Yes, you
skinned.
do. Don't play it.
No, I said I said me, Lady Raw. I didn't say across the board.
Jesus
Okay.
I was speaking anecdotal. I did say me, because I'm an old Negro. I said in my lifetime, I just didn't see a lot of that. I mean, I had friends and associates of all stripes, black as a tire, yellow as a number 2 pencil, and everything in between. So I just didn't see that coming up as a guy where we were in this competition, some of us were more muscular, some of us were taller, some of us had deeper voices, some of us had better beards, that kind of shit. But far as our color, it was never an issue amongst us. I just didn't see it.
But what's interesting, X, and Mrs. Raw is not going to like this.
Oh, Jesus, here we go.
She's not going to like this. But What's interesting is, if anything, men have a pretty bias, not a color bias. But during the late 80s and throughout the 90s, black women worshipped light-skinned black men.
Listen.
Christopher Williams, Albie Shore, the DeBarges, Prince, they were worshipped by black women for damn near a decade. They wanted light-skinned, quote-unquote, good hair, and black men did not make one bit of there was no anger, there was no, black men weren't upset. Black men allowed black women to worship light-skinned black men, and it wasn't an issue with us. Why is it such an issue? Why is it such an issue for black men, a certain black man, to have a preference for a light-skinned woman? That's what I don't understand.
Why are you telling stories?
What story is that? What story is that?
First of all, black men was not allowing women to do anything, because the dark-skinned brothers was always making the sardonic, self-deprecating jokes. Oh, well, light-skinned brothers are in right now. That's literally a whole comedy genre that's showing and highlighting the difference between light-skinned brothers and dark-skinned brothers and how they go back and forth at each other.
No.
So,
black men were not mad at black women for them liking light-skinned men. That was the point I
don't think okay, I get that. I don't think the colorism topic, well, I will say I have not heard the colorism topic be pointed at black men.
What?
No.
We're the ones that get blamed for colorism. What are you talking about?
You don't care.
I've not heard that argument, because to be quite honest with you, I don't listen to spaces. I don't listen to spaces like that where black women tear down black men, and I don't listen to spaces where black men tear down black women.
There's a guy named Mr. Fantastic. He's a dark-skinned brother. He's in the military, and his preference is thick red bone, and he's caught all sorts of hell for that. Just liking pretty thick, light-skinned black women. He's got so much hell for that from these communities of colorist black women.
Well, so like, I have a friend that's like super lighter than me. Like, she can damn near pass for like a white person, and she loves super dark chocolatey men because she likes the color contrast when the biz is being done. I mean, listen, it's whatever floats your boat and whatever is your flavor. Cortez Smith, I've never been one to tear black men down. I'm sitting here defending a point of an argument. Get your whole life. Clearly, you have a problem with like hearing to understand. I know he's trolling, and I'm trolling him right back from the chat and from the panel. I don't give a shit, Cortez Smith. How about it?
I'm glad you came, Lady Robbie. I'm glad you came. But you know what? I think that number one, you ran my surprise guess away.
You owe.
And number two, I think she might have ran the white folks away too.
Good.
Twice.
Yeah, she might have ran the white folks away.
Good.
I don't think it was because I said crack. I don't think it was because I said cracker, because white folks, they watch my shit. They already know what I say cracker in a minute. They already know that I'll say cracker.
Celine's still here. Come on up on the
I will say that shit. So I don't think it was that. I think the white people left because they didn't like what Lady Raw B was saying. Because see, they're not used to hearing a Lady Raw B's, talking. They're not used to hearing her talking points here. So I think it kind of got under their skin a little bit, because she's coming off as a little hotep-y, she's got a little bit of hotep in her, and that shit bothers white people. Oh, God, that's just a whole, why you got her up there, Xavier? I knew you were just like the other niggers, so.
X. Also, a lot of white folks ain't used to tangling with black women. Black men, a lot of us, many of us don't even have a choice,
The thing that's so funny is, like, I didn't really have to deal with that many black people until I came on social media because
Oh wow.
literally my whole circle of friends, like my whole entire life, are like white adjacent, biracial, Spanish, Indian, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But I have learned how to get down with the get down on YouTube because y'all be out here
Yeah.
acting crazy. But I mean,
They didn't want to come up here. They didn't want to come up here and deal with it because they know if they would have came up here,
I
they
got
would have
many
said
I can see things
they
getting
would
out
have
of
said
hand.
yeah, they would have said some shit that she didn't like.
Yeah, some white lady's gonna say something that's gonna anger her.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
but see, this is
Yeah.
the thing
Yeah.
where people and their assumptions always get it twisted.
That's
Like the reality,
that
yeah,
is the what? That is the element of what?
surprise.
Prejudice.
Yes,
Ah,
prejudice too and
P.O.T.
racism. Because at the end of the day, God damn it, Becky, I love Alanis Morissette and Melissa Etheridge. Oh my God, like I play
I,
YouTube in my YouTube in my
I
car
was
every
hoping one
day.
of the white ladies would have jumped up here and sparred with
Celine, get
Lady
up here.
Robbie
Quit
a little
playing.
bit.
Come
They
on,
didn't want to
Celine.
do it, boy. I'm disappointed, white folks.
Celine,
White
come up here
folks,
and
I
represent
am
white America. Do
disappointed
it. Do it.
with my white subscribers. I'm
Like,
disappointed
oh my
tonight,
God, I
y'all.
watch Friends all the time. Like, I've seen every episode of The Office. Like, oh my God, Parks and Recreation is my shit. Like,
Nah,
come on, let's
whoa.
be
We don't
friends.
go there. The office is legit. The office is legit now. Come on.
I'm dead ass serious. I've seen
I
every
love the
episode
office.
of The Office. I've watched that series like 10 times. That's true shit.
Michael Scott is my man. So, show.
Yes.
Can I get one white person to come up here tonight?
Kelly Ray.
Can I get one Caucasian? That's all. One white person. Don't be scared, white people.
God damn it,
Don't
I'm
be
basic
scared.
too. I wear my Uggs and I go to Starbucks and get my pumpkin spice latte every damn day. Bring your asses up here. Like,
Oh
Uh-oh.
wow.
And she up here leaning into the bigotry too. Y'all better.
So if some white
That
lady
came from
comes up here
Ism's
sounding like
panel
Keisha,
yesterday.
you know, what happens then?
what
Say
happened?
what?
Yeah, I said if some white lady comes up here, you know, imitating Keisha, you know, who wants to fight at Burger King because they forgot the pickles or something, like what happens then?
I'm going to laugh my ass off.
Okay, well,
She's
that's
gonna
cool.
be
That's
doing
cool.
Keisha, and I'm gonna get more Valley Girl X Clue. We
This-
did this for 5 hours last
Yep,
night.
on Sir Ism's
This-
panel.
This
It was
is the
funny.
place to do it. This is the ridiculous race game. This is the place to imitate other races.
How did
Like,
last
this
week
is
go?
when you
Did
do it.
white folks come up last week, X?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
played last
Hell
week's
yeah.
game. I played
Yeah.
Survival.
Who came
was
up?
there.
Who came up?
Survival was there.
Survival, Latina Patriot came,
Okay.
and Awesome Alice was on.
Oh yeah.
If
Yeah.
Latin and
That's
Awesome was here, they'd come up. I'm pretty sure.
I had
they'd come up.
plenty of white folk last week.
Damn.
And the week before I had plenty of white folk. Yeah, plenty of white folk. That's why I don't get why they ain't up here. They mad with me tonight because I said cracker, I guess, and I got Lady Raw B up here at the same time. So that's 2 strikes. They're like, fuck you, X.
Yes.
You thought you
like-
were a good black person. You're
Okay.
just a nigger.
You so silly. Like, oh my God, Poseidon, like, no, you have to go to Starbucks and get you an oat milk brown sugar latte and like a grande, shake it up with the ice, put a double pump of vanilla. Like, you will have the best day ever. Dunkin' Donuts sucks. It's so trash. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Stop it. Stop it.
Yeah,
That was
Lady
yesterday.
Raw B up here. She up here leaning into the racism, boy. You white folks better come on up here. Y'all better come on up here. They don't want to do it, boy. And I don't get it because it's not like Lady Raw B is the first one to be on this race game series, because last week I had Toya the Tutor was on. The week before that, I had what's her name? Queen Sunkiss, Lady Sunkiss was on. So it's not like it's the first time they've seen a black woman on the thing. I mean, because that's not how I do it. I mean, I try to make sure I have a black woman on each time. I make sure of that. All right.
Yeah.
I make sure of that because I try to make sure that everybody's represented. Black woman, black man, white man. You know how I do it, Cluu. You were here last week.
Last
I
week,
and I talk equal amount of shit to everybody. I talk equal amount of shit to everybody. It's not like, one person gets more of my bigotry than the next. I mean, I'm bigoted and discriminatory and prejudiced against everyone. That's the nature of it. That's the point. That is the point.
Were the other black women members of the Anti-Statistic League of Black Women too?
Listen here. See,
Nate ain't shit. Nate is officially ain't shit.
Like, oh my God, Nate, like, I'm going to get into my Honda Civic that's souped up with the NOS, and I'm going to drive to your house, okay? And I'm going to have a bonfire in your front lawn.
They don't let your kind into my neighborhood, man.
Like, oh my God, first of all, my hair's blonde, okay? I have blue eyes, don't do it.
How much they cost?
They cost $12.99. I don't care.
The League of Anti-Statistician Black Women United. That's what it's called.
Good.
Yeah, the way shit is going, I think that this is going to be the first time that white people actually flag a black channel.
Excited. I'm talking to you for real. Like, go to Starbucks, get you a grande, 2 pumps vanilla, brown sugar, oat milk. Best
Is that
thing.
$17? No thanks.
No, it's only like $6.65. I mean, God.
Oh really? Okay, that's not too bad.
No, it's not too bad. It's really, really good. Oh my gosh. Like, seriously.
Then you have to spend $50 on gas over there to get it. So I don't know.
That's Biden's gas.
Yeah.
In my neighborhood, Starbucks is literally right around the corner. Like, I'm kind of spoiled.
Oh, so you living like that now?
Yes, you see
live
my
in the
view.
Starbucks community. The rest of
Oh,
us
you have
are
a
in the
black
Waffle
husband.
House
How are you
community.
living well? I don't understand.
Because, like, we know wealth and we know about property and so much.
Oh, okay, good deal. Got a decent black man. You better keep that to yourself. You better keep that to yourself. That's what you need to do.
Listen, that's why I got to come out here and troll the people so that they think that what they believe is true. Yes, all black women have children out of wedlock. All black women hate black men. Yes, sleep, be missing it. He eat good every day too. Home cooked meals. Damn.
Oh my God, who cooks them?
Me, because I'm a chef. Ooh.
Oh shit. Wow.
Yeah. She's not capping, Nate. She's not capping.
Oh wow, that's a good deal. Hey,
That's
salute.
the
Look,
truth.
proper black women get nothing but acknowledgement from me. Salute.
Yeah, she's Lady Raw B is a family woman. I mean, that much I don't know a lot about her, but I know that. I know she has a husband and a family and shit like that. And,
Excellent.
That kind of stuff.
Excellent.
Exactly.
Let me say this though. Let me say this because it's classic black women behavior to be upset by any criticism levied against black women. But let me say this: if black women are smart, you would appreciate the criticism because that shows that these men still care. Once you don't hear any more criticism, one of two things are happening. Black women actually got it together and, the majority of them are doing what they're supposed to do, or black men have just given up. So, hearing the criticism is actually a good thing because it's a sign that they actually care. I know most black women think, black men criticizing black women's behavior and stuff is just black men going nah, 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 boo, boo, but it's not. It really isn't.
You know what it really is?
Get things correct.
You know what it really is? Let me tell you what it really is.
I'm listening.
There's too many black men that take the talking point of black men that have accountability status and have some sense about them. Mm-hmm. And even though they're nowhere near in that league, they use those talking points as if they are in the same category.
I agree with that.
Oh shit, Brother Friedman's back.
Oh, hi, Brother.
And he just
Round
dropped.
two. Ding, 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 ding.
So, if black men that are in a certain category have certain talking points, they usually can speak with sense and sensibility. Those are respected. Black men that are sitting over here doing the least and trying to criticize black women sound absolutely foolish and abhorrent. And just because a black woman gives you pushback, it doesn't mean that she's an angry black woman. It means that she's passionate, just like you, which is why I kept elucidating the point that you were yelling, because that's usually the language that people use against black women that are passionate and have an opinion. Oh my God, she's emotional and she's yelling. And as you see by this point in the show, really and truly, that was just me trolling you. I could give a shit. Believe what you want to believe.
Okay, well,
why you have to have this elaborate scheme, Robbie?
She's still here.
You knew the brother wasn't. You knew the brother wasn't yelling. Come on now.
But he would.
You and your master plans and shit.
That's the perception, and that's the same perception that they give to black women when black women are speaking a little bit passionately. It could simply be that a black woman has a good mic or that she's just passionate about her agreement, but it's we're better than this, and people get all in their feelings. For what?
Well, just so you know, I got divorced in 2004, and I was awarded full custody of my 2-year-old daughter and 5-year-old son. I raised them by myself without their mom. So,
Right. So I mean,
so
I can understand.
I'm not, one of those guys just using it to try to come against black women. I actually
That's why I
have
said.
vested interest in this.
That's why I said some black men like yourself, you stand in a position to maybe be a little bit critical. But when you got black men that's up here pretending as if they have their shit together, and then you find out that they owe $150,000 in back child support, or that they have children that they're just completely categorically denying, but they're up here talking cash money shit every day. No, that's disingenuous.
I'm owed 60. How about that?
Right.
What does that get me?
Listen, that gets you a trip to Benihana's. I don't know. Like,
where's my 60 grand? Goddamn it.
Shit,
Hashtag pay Big Nate. God.
Yeah, pay me my back child.
Pay the money. Pay the man.
Right, like there's a ridiculously small amount of black men that are actually handling their stuff, and because you're a black man that handles your business, you know what I'm saying. I get how you could maybe see it as if that's not the case because you probably keep company with people that are doing the same thing. But think about it like this. Even in your immediate circle, you'll see people that are pretending to do what they're supposed to do. But what are they doing behind closed doors? It's that part for me.
People get to be whatever on the internet, that.
Exactly.
You just said a ridiculously small amount of black men are handling the business.
Oh shit! Here goes Freedman.
I'm actually an astronaut.
Friedman's
right.
Our brother Friedman has returned. Go ahead, brother Friedman. You got it.
Hi, Friedman.
Yeah, I was just wondering, did you have a number for that ridiculously small amount of black men that are handling the business?
No, I'm a woman, and women in statistics don't agree, so of course I don't. Freeman?
Okay. So it's just so we're just using ipsticks at the. That's what we're doing.
You've been gone for a long time, love, and we've established a lot while you've been gone.
Mm-hmm. I'm just asking. You said a ridiculously small amount of men.
Yeah, ridiculous. It's like 2%. I made that up off the TIA.com. Yep. Anyway,
2% of black men are handling their business. Interesting.
Yes. That's the concrete number because statistics are true. Damn it. But at the end of the day, black men that are doing their thing that actually have some tangible assets when it comes to accountability, responsibility, and leadership have full license to give their opinion because they're usually the black men that are raising their daughters and actually creating the most tangible footprint. See, when you have black women that are raised without a father, that's the biggest problem in the African American community. Black girls and boys not being raised with their dad. I'm not one of those women. I actually was raised with my father. My father was a Navy man and my mom was Air Force. So a lot of the stuff that people be pulling on social media, like these men, I'm a big man and I stand up to P and this, that, and the third. I just look at them and I laugh because they're really like clowns and jokes to me. Seriously.
Do you see the problem with black women choosing their own mates? You don't see that it's a really big problem. You don't see that?
Okay, do you know that like when a father is involved in the picture, the father usually has the biggest sphere of influence off of the type of man that.
Well, why did he leave, Robbie? Let's cut the bullshit. Why did he leave? And
don't
tell me he just left. Why did he leave?
They leave because they choose to. Now,
why is he choosing to leave his kids and his wife or his girlfriend? Why? He just said, woke up one day at 3:00 and said, "Fuck these kids."
I'm
saying he left,
two different reasons.
Or did it have something to do with the bitch he was living with?
I mean, I don't know what y'all are talking about because it has been my experience in life that even when things are bad, the fathers are still allowed to be involved in their children's lives. Maybe I just happen to be in a fortunate generation. Maybe I just happen to be raised around like really fortunate and
But
responsible
Robbie,
people.
why did he leave? He
So you mean
left.
to tell? Okay, so let's cut this bullshit.
Okay,
Now I'm
let's
about to
get.
hit
That's
y'all.
what I want. I want you to cut the bullshit and talk to me.
If a
Why
man,
did this man leave?
it doesn't matter why he leaves the woman. Who gives a fuck?
You didn't answer
How
the
about
question. It
no?
matters. It matters to this conversation.
It
Why did this
doesn't. It
man
doesn't
leave?
really. It doesn't matter at all because at the end of the day, why does he leave his kid? See, there are certain men like
That's
now
what I'm asking you. Why did he leave his kid?
because he chooses to.
So he just said, "Hey, I don't want to be here anymore. Everything's going great, but I don't want this anymore." And then he walked out the door.
That
Is
never
what
See,
happened?
happens.
Is
That
that
never
what
hey
happens.
happened,
Nate,
Robbie?
it doesn't. Well, then how come it is that Nate has his children, but there's plenty of men that run around complaining that they can't get custody and visitation? Clearly, Nate is a shining example that it can be done, and the system is not biased
Why
against
can't
women.
they get
Otherwise, he wouldn't have
visitation? Who are
kids.
they fighting against to get visitation? And don't you dare say the state.
Are they going to file paperwork? Is the question. Are they getting attorneys? Are they sitting there and
To fight what?
petitioning?
What are they
I
fighting?
didn't.
Who
I
are they
didn't say.
fighting?
I
You
didn't
didn't
say
answer my
fight.
question, Robbie.
I did answer
Who are
your
they
question. You
fighting?
just don't like it. It's about petitioning. See, anyone can say, "Oh, I have to
Against
fight
whom?
against." What are
Against
you talking about?
whom?
Petitioning against the custodial parent. That is the verbiage that is used
Why
in the
does he have to
paperwork.
fight against her to get his
Why are
own
you
fucking
using?
kids,
Why are you using?
Robbie?
Why are you using the word fight? We're talking about petitioning.
It's a
You
fight for him because he has to fight. You don't have
is
to
it
fight, but he does for some
As
odd
soon as the
reason. He
now?
has
relationship's
to do the
See,
over, the
fighting.
woman is going to fight.
now
She
see, this
becomes
is
she becomes your enemy.
that's not a true statement, and I'm not going to sit there and let you guys
Okay.
say that because first of all, let me ask you this: how many times, right, do people go into business mergers without creating contracts? Y'all are businessmen. How many business deals have you started without a
And why are
contract?
you going off of the
Mm-mm.
subject of
I'm not going off of the subject at
parenthood?
all.
Parenthood
Is
and business, that's like
is it?
oranges and orangutans.
Is it?
It's
But
Is
yes,
it?
it
Lady
is.
Raw,
It's two
No, it's
totally
Lady
different
not.
Raw,
things.
But see, I'm bringing
Lady
up
Raw, you gotta be honest, right? Because in
mhm,
marriages, the woman usually files divorce, I think the 70-80% of the time, right? So
mhm,
when we're talking about people who are in quote unquote relationships, sexual relationships,
mhm,
situationships, whatever you call it, can't we
mhm.
assume that there's a pretty good chance that the women are leaving more as opposed to the men, or does that only apply when they're married?
See, this is the part where y'all are getting it twisted again. Y'all are
Oh
talking
Lord.
about the relationship aspect of it. I am talking about the parental responsibility.
Yes, and usually 90 something percent of the time when they split, the kids go to it's not like people like my man, brother Big Nate here, man, they're outliers. That's a very
Yeah,
small percentage
very
of
Right.
anecdotal.
So
brothers
back
Very.
because
to
16%.
I fought for custody of my kids too when they were younger. So
right.
I know what that's all about,
Okay,
and
so
I
now
tell people this shit all the time. The only reason why I think I got custody is because their mama was such a fuck up. They just got tired and like, okay, here, take these damn kids, Negro. It wasn't like,
great.
that,
So now
I don't think it was no that necessarily, the law was on my side like that. It's just that she was a big enough fuck up that I was actually able to get my babies. But
okay,
go
so
ahead, you
now
got it.
are y'all ready now to follow along with me on the
Yep,
train of
go
thought?
ahead. Go
When
ahead.
you go into a business merger, you don't start a business without creating a contract. Most situations involving custody and co-parenting
Oh shit.
are decided in the moment that everybody's feelings are in a tizzy and everybody is
Is this a
upset.
lecture about prenuptial agreements?
No, but I do also believe in prenuptial agreements. But we're talking about single people that don't even bother to get married before they have children. So when you're single and you're in a relationship, in most states, custody is not really established unless a custody order has been drafted and validated through the court system. There goes that damn law again. God damn me. But if you live in a state in which custody has not been established, a man within all rights and legalities can just take his children and walk away. The police can't come and say, hey, you have to give that kid back to the mother because no custody has been established. Now, smart single people, women and men, what you should do if you want to make sure co-parenting is going to go along smoothly, no matter the outcome of your relationship, is when you're in a good place, sit there, have a conversation, say, hey, let's write down our responsibilities towards this child moving forward to secure their future, and draft a custody agreement, go to the court, get it recognized and notarized, and then these issues of custody and potential fighting or whatever else become a non sequitur. And the dissolution of a relationship can be about the dissolution of the relationship, but the children can still be compensated and taken care of in an appropriate manner that is to their betterment and their edification. But I'm just the ABW. What do I know?
Whoa, no, and
Okay,
you
well,
believe
breaking. Hold on, breaking
nice
news.
diversion.
Breaking news. Hold on, breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news, and brother Freeman is back. This was my special guest, the unwanted contriver. He says,
Contriver in the building.
T.P.O.T, sir, just woke up and saw the link, was coughing up blood. There's some health issues resulting in me being unable to join on time despite giving my word. I apologize. Well,
Get better soon,
that's
man. Get well.
yeah, man, get better. That's a very good reason to not show up on this damn shit. Because if I was coughing up blood, I would just end this shit and wouldn't even say nothing to y'all. Just the shit would just go off. And see what everybody be like, what the fuck just happened? Shit just go black. So get better. And you owe me a goddamn appearance though. You ain't off the goddamn.
He said he wants to join. He said he
know?
wants to join.
Oh,
He
you
just
do?
posted.
I sent you the link. I sent it to you. You're my damn surprise guest. I wasn't thinking, damn, he might be coughing up blood tonight. So
I'm not playing with you.
So
My queens.
Thinking that
Raw B, that was a good diversion, Raw B, but I still want to know, who do we fight against? Who do the fathers fight against to get custody? And why should they have to fight at all?
Well, you know what? It's not necessarily a fight. It's about claiming the children and legitimacy. There is no fight when you establish paternity by signing the paternity papers. There is no fight when you put your name on
What?
the birth certificate. There is no fight
What? What?
when you do those things and you draft out custody agreements.
But Raw B,
Period.
you're missing my point. There
No, you
shouldn't be a
missing my
fight,
point.
period, if
No.
he's the
You know what?
biological
Here's the
father.
thing. Regardless of if there should be a fight or if there shouldn't be a fight, there shouldn't be a child. If there is a child, then guess what? If you're not willing to go to the mat for the child that you
But
created,
then, Raw B,
what the
here's
fuck
what you
type of
do.
man are
Here's
you?
what you do.
You're
Go
not
to your lawyer and say 50-50. That's the default. That's
right.
what you tell your
So
lawyer.
I just
50-50.
said,
If it's anything other than 50-50, then it's a fight.
I just said people should draft custody agreements off the top.
Why not just say 50-50? Because the lawyer keep talking you into, oh, you can get this and that and this.
So what do you think
50%?
it is?
No, you should get 100%. I can get you 100%. And then there goes the war.
Now, see, this is how people, and no shade, but you don't have children, so you may
That's not
not.
shade. I'm proud of that shit.
You
Hell
may
no.
not
Hell
know
yeah.
how. You may not know how custody.
I ain't got no bastards around here. Nope.
You may not know how custody agreements go. You could say 50-50, but what does 50-50 mean? You can have 50-50 legal custody.
That's a
where one
start,
parent-
Robbie.
No,
50-50 is a start.
I'm trying to explain something to you. You keep saying 50-50 and you don't really know what that totally encompasses. So allow me to
I was
educate
just
you.
saying it's a start, but go ahead.
Okay, but allow me to educate you. So you can have 50-50 legal custody with one parent having 100% physical custody. You can have 50-50 physical custody, but most men are ill-equipped to handle their children 50% of the
We're
time.
not talking about most men. We're talking about your man, your baby's father, not most men. Go ahead.
Oh no, see, I didn't have these type of issues with the baby.
Not
father.
you. I'm talking about in our example. your baby
Right,
father in
exactly.
this
No,
example.
no, no. I'm gonna tell you some real truth, so that you people can know that yes, raw be privilege, raw honesty, the unfiltered truth is the truth.
You
With
people, that's
my,
racist.
that's right, you
Very,
people. God damn it.
very
Racist.
racist. You're
No,
being
like
racist
with.
up here, Lady Raw.
Thank you, thank you. That's
This
my
is the
job. This is the
ridiculous race
ridiculous race
game.
game. Yes. Now, with my first child, my child that I had outside of wedlock, when I did. Oh shit,
Ooh.
you mean a woman that
Roll.
oh, I can own that shit. I did. But what we did as parents when our child was born, before she was a month old, we went to the courthouse with a drafted custody agreement that still stands to this day, and she's about to be 10. I don't have these baby daddy, baby mama issues that majority of other people have because we went into it underneath the law.
Did he have to fight you?
No,
Your daughter's father have to fight
not at
you?
all. Never. For what? That's her
But see,
father.
a lot of women want that man to fight. You are an anomaly, Robbie. A lot of
Listen,
women want
that's
their man
Yeah.
to fight to
listen.
the death
What
I'm with Brother Clue on this one.
for a
I
little
can't
bit of
express it.
custody.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. I cannot
Yes.
express this vehemently enough. And I want you men on this panel and in this audience to hear me well and take it in love. Men are leaders. Please stop talking to me about what women are doing to make your lives any type of
But the
way.
law's
I'm not
involved. We don't
finished. I'm
lead the
not
law.
finished.
We
Wait,
don't
because I'm
lead
not
the
finished.
law,
I
Robbie.
am not finished.
We're
Please
not
do not
leaders in the
interrupt me.
courtroom. We're
Please
not
do
leaders
not
in the
interrupt.
courtroom.
Yes,
I
the
just want to
fuck
put
what?
that out.
Yes, the fuck what?
Not leaders in the
Listen
courtroom.
to what the fuck I have to say. You're
Okay, go ahead.
self-governing. You have leadership over your own fucking body. Stop fucking these skanky ass whores just because these bitches are a size 0 and they're slim thick with the fat ass and the little waist and the big tits and they mouth game is on fucking 1,000 what that mouth do and then getting caught up in these raggedy ass situations. Stop picking bitches that are less than and don't have their fucking heads on straight and couldn't tell you the difference between a fucking crypto coin and a goddamn investment banking. Choose better
So
even
you
when
let the
you're
skanky
dating with
bitches
who
slide?
even when you're sitting there and you're having sex with someone. Men need to govern themselves. I don't give a fuck if you're gonna pump and dump all the bitches in America. Bring your own motherfucking condoms. Make sure they're condoms that fit you. If you know good and goddamn well you don't fit no fucking Magnum, stop wearing a baggy condom. Go on ahead and get your ass a Trojan. Make sure you take the damn condom with you. Stop leaving it in her house. And if you see that the bitch has like 150 million dudes in her phone, yeah, she's probably not just fucking you. So I don't know. Maybe pull out before you come. Maybe don't even fuck the bitch. I don't know. But stop
Raw.
sitting there and blaming the women because
Mrs.
at the end of
Raw.
the day,
But
choose
it's
better. Yes.
the
Raw,
women have
you're
dominion
blaming
over
it
the
all on the women.
entire
This is terrible.
process.
I'm
They
not
have
blaming.
dominion over the entire process.
I'm
They
not
have
blaming it all on the
options.
women. What I'm saying is,
Robbie,
yes,
they have options. Women have options. They
So
can
do
opt
men.
out of motherhood. They can opt out of motherhood. We
Men have
cannot opt
options,
out of
not the
fatherhood whatsoever. Not in this
you
country.
can't. You
Nope.
can have a
Nope.
vasectomy.
Nope. That's not opting
So
out
you
of
could
fatherhood. That's not
just a
opting
second
out of
clue.
fatherhood.
Am I audible?
Oh
That's
yeah, hold
opting out
on,
of
hold
conception.
on, goddamn it, hold on,
Wait a
goddamn
minute.
it. You
Wait, is
wasn't
that an
you
Indian
didn't
accent? How you doing?
you didn't even come on here when I needed you to come on here,
You
goddamn
see how
it. So
she
now you
treats the
gotta
Indian?
now you gotta wait till I introduce your ass. We've been joined by Brother Contriver, and yes, Brother Contriver is an Indian person. Well, you're Pakistani, right?
No,
Or no?
Indian.
Okay, you're Indian. My bad.
You
Yeah,
racist.
so whatever freaking Indian racist fucking shit, you might want to say. He's been here before. He understands the nature of the T.P.O.T YouTube ridiculous race game. So he's pretty thick-skinned. And last week when he was up here, he actually called somebody a nigga. So
Yes, he did. And that was funny.
So there is that. Just to give you a little background on Brother Contriver. This isn't his first time on the old T.P.O.T YouTube page. And
good. He's not
yes.
sensitive. Good.
Oh yes, he did call Brother TVA a nigga on here.
And it was
last
deserved.
week.
Well deserved.
Aw.
Well deserved.
But go ahead, Brother Contriver. You have it, brother. You're muted. You're muted.
I just wanted to say that since the lady is saying that we should get a vasectomy, I mean, you should also get your fallopian tubes blocked. Why not that?
Oh, because vasectomies are reversible, but I surely believe that women that don't want to have children absolutely should maintain birth control and get their fallopian tubes cut, tied, and burned, even though they do grow back, though.
So if they can grow back, then why are you suggesting vasectomy to a man?
Why not? Because you can store your sperm. I mean, y'all are the one that are always complaining. It's the men that are complaining. Well, actually,
So so
I won't say it like women don't complain too, but
so
men are
so
making a whole bunch of noise about
so
nothing.
no. This is the thing. When men try to complain about their natural instincts, you try to take it in a way that you have to, do some sort of course correction regarding your genitals or your nature or your instincts. Whenever it is about women, you go, girl. Why is that? Why there are double standards within the gynocentric society regarding that?
Oh, I don't know anything about guys, whatever the hell you said, society, because what I simply just said is
Society.
society, yeah, whatever. What I said was men are supposed to be leaders and men choose. If you feel like women act like this, behave like this, are only trying to trap you, are a problem, then don't sleep with them. Or are you that weak that a big butt and a smile will make you throw away all your logic and reason? I'm confused.
You,
No, but
you
I'm
realize
telling
black
you,
men aren't
ju-
though, right?
That what?
just a second, just a second. What I'm trying to say is, all women could be under the guidance and leadership of a man if
Mm,
a man is able to exert his manliness and that very same quote unquote toxic masculinity when it comes into play. And I will give you an example. When
mm,
the US and NATO forces moved out of Afghanistan very recently and the ragtag Taliban came in,
mm,
guns blazing with their AK 47s,
mm.
every woman in the bloc actually burned their degrees and shut up, and now they are making babies.
Oh, that's so nice. I mean, good for them. But what
Yes.
I'm saying is this, right? Every man can lead a woman. And yet, 51%, according to the statistics, since we're using them as a valid source point, are single and childless, right? Which means,
Because
wait,
they are.
hold tight, hold on. I'm not
Yeah,
finished.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Which means that you guys are autonomous enough to choose not
No,
to
no,
give.
we are
I'm not.
not.
Oh, wait. Yes, you are. So
No,
are you?
no, no,
So
no,
then,
you are wrong.
you're
You
saying
are
that the
factually
50.
wrong.
So then you're saying
You are
that the
factually.
51% of men that are single and childless just aren't being chosen by women.
A lot of
You
them,
are
yeah.
factually wrong. You are factually wrong because they are not able to they are not able to exhibit their toxic masculinity because of the laws in place.
No. That's not what I said. So how am I factually wrong? You're not listening to me. What I said is you're saying that all men can lead any woman if they can exhibit their toxic masculinity. And what I'm saying is you don't have to be toxic to be a man, but whatever, if that's what you want to do it. When you're at a job, you don't beg a job to like accept your traits and your characteristics. What you do is you find a job that suits your traits and your characteristics. There are some women out here that love a good old nasty piece of toxic, masculine, stinky feet, sweating all over the place, cutting down 10 trees and building a house type of dude. Go find a woman like that appreciates it. Why complain about the women that don't? It's a waste of time. That's not leadership.
Because
That's
there are because those kind of women are like a needle in a haystack.
Well, Jesus Christ, should finding a wife be an easy thing? I mean, I know you're probably Hindi, but in the Bible it says, "He that findeth a wife findeth a good thing." Not that you just gonna go outside and a wife is gonna boom fall in your lap and be sucking your dick. You might have to fucking look for one.
So you just want men to
Okay,
shut
so
up.
so at
That's
least
that's that's
so
that's
at
your
Clubhouse
least
point,
should
we
quote
could
the
Grumpy.
also
You
Bible
divert.
just want
and
the men to shut up.
fucking
That's
D
right.
in the
Just
same
be
sentence.
quiet. Don't talk
No,
about it.
yes, actually,
Crazy.
I did. I know, because I'm an
Some
independent.
crazy shit.
I know. I do what I want. But at the end of the day, the point that I'm making is this: men sit around and they gossip like women all day
No, no,
long,
no, no. They
complaining.
Why do you
discuss
say
I'm
like
female
women?
confused.
nature. They
If gossip
discuss
is
human
bad, why
nature.
do you say like women? Why do you
And that's also
pin that
bullshit.
part
Men
like
have never had an
women?
opportunity to express their issues with women, so you should stop.
But y'all are. But why is your issue? The point I'm making is why is your issue with women? Is women really
Because
your big? Hold tight. Hold tight. Being that men of color globally are not leading in wealth, in property, in power, is women your biggest issue? First, you get the money, then you get the power, and then you get the respect. Focus
No,
on the power and the
actually,
money.
Okay, the
madam.
locks.
so you
You're
are
quoting the locks.
only
They're not
an
exactly
ally for the good
philosophers.
times, not for the bad times,
And,
according to
and
the same very Bible.
you
What did you
won't
say?
have wealth if you
That's not
can't
true.
establish traditional families. And trying to establish traditional families in America with Western women is almost impossible.
So are
Because
you
they're
supposed
loyal to the Democratic Party. That's why.
so are you supposed to go
Loyal to the
into
motherfuckers.
a traditional family, since we're talking about traditional family, with
Yes.
the expectation that the woman is going to help you financially or being able to provide for
No,
her?
no, no,
And
no,
I'm not
not
finished. I'm
financially.
sorry. I'm
Not
sorry.
You said
I wasn't finished.
traditional.
I
You said
wasn't finished
traditional.
speaking.
Ma'am,
I wasn't
in
finished
black
speaking, but I
households,
wasn't
black
You
finished
women have
said
speaking, but
always
I
traditional,
worked.
wasn't
Robbie.
finished speaking, but I wasn't
You
finished
Raw,
said
black
speaking.
women have
traditional.
always worked. They've always worked.
But
They
that's
were
the
not
thing.
housewives, and any significant portion of black
Here's
women have
the
never been
problem.
housewives.
And that's the problem right there, Nate.
No, it wasn't a problem. You were domestics. We had intact families and marriages.
No, no,
To the
no.
tune of 80%.
Okay, I know you're getting excited because you're getting a little,
I'm just
That
telling
doesn't
you the
work
truth.
anymore. That
Okay,
doesn't
so
work anymore.
no, I'm not trying to shame him. I'm just saying I can tell now when he gets a little bit
There was
gets a
never a
little
time
loud.
when
Chill
black
out.
women didn't work.
But this is the thing. You can't say traditional family and
No,
then
that's
say,
Yes,
that's
we
our
can. Actually, we
tradition.
can, Robbie.
Our
yes.
tradition was you working, us doing the bigger, more difficult jobs that paid more, but black women have always worked.
So
Yes.
actually, this is the thing. That is not a traditional family.
It's our tradition, madam. It's
It's
our
not a
tradition.
tradition. That is not our tradition. First of
Yes, it
all,
is.
okay, well, first of all, what is this man's name again? The Pakistani gentleman?
The Indian
Unwanted
gentleman.
Contriver.
contriver.
Anyway,
His name is
Unwanted
Contriver.
Contriver. Well,
unwanted
actually, he's
contriver.
Indian.
Indian, I'm sorry. Unwanted contriver. Isn't there such a thing as arranged marriages in your culture?
We should have been
And
doing
yes.
it's
that here.
usually based off of financial classification.
No, it is not based off
Well, the
financial
caste system,
classification.
something like that.
No, no, you are completely wrong.
Okay, so what is it based off of?
Based off of compatibility, which was tested before getting into a relationship.
So arranged marriages, because the way I understand arranged marriages, and I'm not like whatever going against you, I'm trying to get clarity. The way I understood arranged marriages is couples were promised to each other at a very young age. How can you tell compatibility in children?
Compatibility in children, at the age of, if at the age in the West, if you are talking about it, if you are doing some sort of comparative study, you would find that Indians are more married till date. I mean, now the
Wait, can
feminism
you
has
say that
radiated
last part?
outwards, but still, my mother and father, for example, have been married for the last 40 years.
Right. And so how did their parents determine they were going to be compatible as children?
Because of the availability of my father and the job he was working. My mother was a complete housewife. She used to work before that as a teacher, but when she was expecting me, she left the job,
I
and
said
happily.
I said arranged marriages
Well,
where
they
Yes,
compare
someone
the families, Robbie. The
right, so it's
families.
they
usually
compare the
based off of
families.
If the families are
finances.
compatible, then the children will be compatible.
Okay, but you know what? So then traditionally, it's a different vantage point for the conservative guy than the other the African Americans on the panel. Now, for people that come from island background, it may be the tradition that the women stayed at home. So tradition is based on whatever your family lineage is. Now, to say that black women always had to work, so they should still always have to work. Well, guess what?
I
As
didn't say that. I didn't say that.
you said, that's our
All I said
tradition.
was that black women in the past worked. I didn't say they should always have to work. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
You said that was tradition, and I'm telling you that's
Our
not tradition.
tradition is black women, they
But
worked.
but that's not traditional family. That's slave tradition. That's not traditional marriage, is what
No,
I'm telling
ma'am.
The
you.
very same
No.
slaves who had 80% marriages till 1965.
Did they?
We weren't
Yes.
slaves then,
Okay.
madam.
We weren't slaves. What do you mean?
We
That's the
weren't
tradition.
slaves in the we slavery stopped in the mid 1800s, madam.
Oh, okay. So, do you think because the physical chains were removed,
Jim Crow is
Yes.
not slavery,
Uh-oh.
Raw B.
Uh-oh.
I
Okay,
know
now
where
it's
you're
the
going with
mental
this. Jim
slavery.
Crow is
Lady
not
Raw about to
slavery.
get Hotepi on us again.
Jim
Jim
There
Crow
Crow
we
is
is
go.
not
not
slavery?
slavery. Jim Crow
There
is
Okay.
we
not
go.
slavery, Raw B. It's
Now we're
not.
gonna
No, it's
okay,
It's
not.
so
not.
we're gonna
It's
I'm
not
not
okay.
going to
slavery.
insult our
Wow.
ancestors who
Wow.
were actually
Okay.
slaves
Okay.
by
So what
Jim
calling people
Crow is
that were
not
free
slavery.
but under
so
some level
then
of oppression slaves.
tell me what the 13th Amendment states. Since Jim Crow is not
It
slavery.
says
Is that the
13th
3/5
Amendment
shit?
says no man should be held in involuntary servitude unless as punishment for a crime.
Right. So then what does Jim Crow do? It takes the same slaves that were physically freed and puts them right back into bondage because they violate laws that were created to target them
Man, they're
based
not
off
in
of
bondage.
demographic. And what do you mean? Do you
They're
not?
not in
They
bondage.
weren't in bondage?
There is
What?
a societal
Oh
system
no.
that's been set up against them.
Oh
That's not
no. Oh no. Oh
necessarily
no. Oh no.
bondage.
Oh no. You're
You
bugging.
you throwing these words around really loosey goosey.
I'm not throwing anything around loosey
The
goosey.
word bondage is a pretty serious term.
What do you think being in prison is? Is it the
Bound.
life? They are bound. They have were
In
physically bound,
prison.
especially during
In
in
prison. That's
prison.
what the 13th Amendment states. You can
Are you
slaves
free
can be in
now?
prison.
Are
Prison
you
is
free
where
Yes.
now?
slavery
With
can
that level
occur.
Are
of
you free
oppression,
now?
they still had intact families. Amazing.
J-
Oh
Did they?
boy.
Gentlemen,
Can you share
And
justice,
screen
she's
please.
Slavery
with
bringing
can occur in
TPOT?
prison. That's what the
and
13th
she's
Amendment
and she's
TPOT.
says.
bringing pictures. But hold up, let me acknowledge my super chat, and you
Come
can
Okay.
on,
play
Celine. Come on up. Come on up.
show and tell. Shout out to Lady
I'll play
Celine with
too,
the
but
4.99. She said arranged marriages were not about compatibility; they were about duty. If a man and a woman come together, they are compatible. Pretty simple. I would have to agree with Lady Celine
exactly.
because with the arranged marriages, I don't even think the parents are giving a shit. How the girl
Right.
feels about marrying the guy. Like, guess what? You're marrying this guy because he
The
gave me
families
like
were
50.
getting married,
Yeah,
not the
yeah,
individuals.
Plus, he gave me 50 goats, a box of gold, 20 horses, and some goddamn cows. You better
And some
get
horse and
over there,
cattle,
man. That
yeah.
goddamn.
And some acres of land too. Shit.
You better get over there, man. That fucking man, girl. What's wrong with you?
Right,
But
because
I
it was
appreciate
based on
that.
money. But I
I
just let
appreciate
people talk.
that.
We need to bring that back,
4.99.
right, Robbie?
Right.
Bring back
It
What's
arranged
that?
marriages.
Hold
That,
on,
right.
that's why I
It,
said black women
hold
should
on.
not
Let
be
me do my
choosing their
coin
mate.
drop. Hold on, goddamn it.
let
Let
him
me
do
do
his
my
coin
coin
drop.
drop. Do my coin drop. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
I
just
don't think
let.
the parents don't care, right? They don't care that's why they end up
Don't care
killing
that you
some of
in
those girls.
love.
Like over in the Eastern countries, right? The Middle Eastern countries. They end up killing
Exactly.
those girls, right? Because those
Mhm.
girls don't want to marry the guy who they were supposed to marry. They run off
Honor
and go
killing.
somewhere else and sleep with some other guy. And when their parents find them, they bring them home and they stone them to death with the biggest bricks they can find. So that's what gets them killed, right? Because they didn't want to, be married to, whoever the guy that was picked for them, right? They run off and, lick the
Exactly.
balls of some American or something like that.
Mr. Xavier.
Exactly. So the arranged marriage really has nothing to do with compatibility. I mean, in fact, one of the greatest leader in world history, Genghis Khan, wound up getting into like he got imprisoned and everything else. His parents got murdered because there was an arranged marriage based off the unification of two tribes, and he chose instead someone other than who was arranged for him. And that was the punishment that was brought down upon the whole entire Mongolian nation. But I sit here and I play stupid like I don't know things because it's fun. But
No, it is not Mongolian nation as a whole, because even then
okay,
they were fragmented as tribes. There was no
right. And Genghis,
unification of tribes.
yes, it was. Genghis Khan brought them all together
Yes, not
because
his
he was.
father.
I didn't say
Not
his
his
father
father.
did. I didn't say his father did. I said his father was killed because he chose someone other than who was arranged for him.
So that happens. That is an occupational hazard. In we live in a world anyways. There is going to be a conflict.
Right, of
But
course. But the point
women
is,
walking away, but
but the
women
point
walking
is,
away from their rightful place to be a support system to a man is actually what has given the chance for men to also talk about female nature. And if you think that you are astonished by the fact that men are gossiping about it, read a book from the 70s called The Manipulated Man, written by ironically another woman called Esther Villar, who said that when a woman says, and I am paraphrasing here, when a woman says, I love you to a man, what she is actually saying is, you are actually a good workhorse. She explained female nature and
Man,
what
that's
is the
deep.
thinking of the females within themselves in that book, and that is freely available on YouTube as well.
oh,
Please go ahead and check it.
I definitely will check it out. But the point is, arranged marriages were based off of the acquisition of wealth and solidifying a strong hold upon the
I
land.
agree. I
So
agree with that.
therefore, when we're talking about leadership, if men were choosing wisely, being with their children, exerting a sphere of influence over their little girls and their little boys, regardless to race or global position, then men would be back in power. It is very easy to say that she's making it difficult for me to take care of the life that I created and put into the world. No, of course it's not going to be easy. Of course it shouldn't be that difficult.
Robbie,
Absolutely. But I'm not finished. But when you make the best choices from the onset, that makes your path later on in life easier, and anybody that says that's not true is off their rocker, and I can't.
Robbie, you keep
Mr.
neglecting.
Clue,
You keep taking out the third party, the court system,
the state. Women
the
are married
state,
to
the
the state.
governing body. You
Women are
keep
married to
Right.
the
neglecting that
state.
part out. We're not making the man and the woman is not making that. They're not making that decision.
Like
Like
The
how I
state
said,
is
masculinity is going to
making
make
the
women
decision.
ignore their advantage in the courts. No,
first of
not going
all,
to do
like
that.
how I said, if people are using sound minds when they're before they actually get into sexual relationships, before they actually have children, if they're thinking about what they're doing, if they're making wise decisions, there is room to have contracts, there's rooms to have full conversations about these matters and the potential eventualities if things go south. But we are a reactionary society. We're a society that falls in love with the visuals and we make impulsive, impetuous decisions. And I don't give a damn if it is a woman that's pushing the agenda to jump into the bed. A man should have control over himself in the situation to say no. But as to what you said earlier about people in jail not being in bondage, I guess you must have forgotten the chain gangs, which
People
still
in
are used.
jail not being in bondage. No, my point was that Jim Crow is not bondage.
It's not
That was
Jim
my
bondage,
point.
Robbie.
Well,
It's
First
not.
of all, the point is the Jim Crow laws were established to validate and provide a whole entire group of people to be utilized and to populate the prison systems to uphold the 13th Amendment. And they were literally in captivity, in
They
chains.
weren't captivity until they got to prison. Not while they were
Oh
in
my
Jim
God,
Crow
this is
freedom.
why I don't
And
even
They were
have
in
these
Jim
also,
type of
Crow freedom.
conversations. Are
Jim
y'all
Come on,
Crow
Robbie.
serious?
grew out of the black codes, madam. The black codes were instituted.
Oh, God, I can't. I quit.
Ma'am,
Whatever
Let
y'all
them
say,
talk.
y'all
Let
right.
them talk. Let them talk.
I
The-
can't. I'm not doing
Let
it.
them talk. Come on, Robbie.
It
Come
doesn't
on.
matter if you want to do it.
I'm not doing
The
it.
facts are the historical facts. Historical facts. Let me explain it. There's something called the Great Compromise. All right, of 1877. There was an election in 1876. The North and South couldn't decide who was going to be president. The election was too close. So the South said, "We'll give the North the we'll give the election to the North. We need the North to pull all of their troops out of the South who were protecting black businesses and black communities from the white racist Democrats." So we had the Great Compromise of 1877. The election was given to the Northern Republican. They pulled all the troops out of the South. 10 different Southern states conspired to enact what's called the Black Codes, which it put all these horrible suppressive laws on black people's heads, and that eventually turned into Jim Crow. That's where it comes from.
Okay, so when did you say Jim Crow was established?
Jim Crow had started in the early 1900s. Yes.
What year?
I don't have the exact year. I couldn't tell you the exact year Jim Crow started.
Then you don't know what you're talking about, Nate.
I'm
just playing. I'm playing.
Evolved into Jim Crow. That's what happened. The origin of it are the Black Codes.
So now, Jim Crow is actually from a racist and insulting minstrel routine called Jump Jim Crow. The routine was performed in the 1830s by a white man named Thomas Dartmouth Rice. Okay.
Ma'am, Jim Crow laws. Well, I'll tell you, I just pulled it up. Jim Crow laws were state and local laws that enforced racial segregation in the southern United States. That's what Jim Crow laws are.
Right. I just told you where they originated from. So please don't try to speak with me with authority when you weren't even sure of the years that it started until you just
Oh my God, I didn't know the year. I'm sorry.
Because
I just knew.
But the
I
point
knew
that
their actual origin from the Great Compromise.
but they actually come from the routine called Jump Jim Crow. But
You think
anyway,
that's the most important part of the history?
that's not
an act called Jump Jim Crow.
okay. Well, you can keep cutting me off, or you can shut up and actually learn something. Make a decision.
You're yelling, Nate. Stop yelling.
Exactly. You're talking loudly, and I don't appreciate it. No,
Yelling is racist, Nate.
It's
Yelling
racist.
is
it's racist,
very
it's prejudice, and I don't like it. I don't like it. So, now
But hold on. My brother, my man Friedman done came back. I ain't heard from him in a while, man. What you got something on this, brother Friedman?
Yeah, no, I agree with Robbie. Yeah, black men are leaders.
You're turning a lot of people.
There you go.
You're getting a lot of agreement up here, Lady Raw. But go ahead, brother Friedman.
Yeah, black men are leaders, and they're leading their way right out of the black community.
That's right.
That's what they're doing.
Exactly.
They are seeing the Rawbies of the world are like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
And the dating and mating out is increasing at an ever increasing pace. So yeah, I agree. They're leading their way right on out the door.
Yes, except
And
for
so
Robbie as a black man.
to little Big Nate's point, the only people that are actually complaining are older men, right? The dudes 30 and under,
the boomers,
don't care.
Fucking
right.
boomers.
That's why y'all are up here complaining. But anyway,
we're doing a show, Robbie. That's different. We're doing a show.
So those young men just simply don't care. So, and it is my contention that black women have no future in America without black men. But keep talking.
Yes, I know. Except for we still
Well, hold
anyway.
on. I gotta step away for about 5 minutes.
It could be some hell from World War IV.
Brother Big Nate, could you take the wheel for a few minutes, man?
I'll
be
do my
right
best.
back, y'all.
I'll do my best.
So the point that I was making about the Jim Crow laws and how they were created to substantiate the 13th Amendment is the 13th Amendment was actually passed in January of 1865. The Jim Crow laws were actually passed in 1890 to continue the slavery issue
No.
because I'm not finished. Don't do it.
You
Don't
just
do it
said
because I'll
no.
click
All I said was no.
don't do
Go
it.
ahead.
So anyway, Jim Crow
Jesus
laws were
Christ.
created to continue to shore up the issue that they had with slavery. Because the real reason that slavery was abolished is so that the slave can be utilized as a taxable unit of income. Mhm. That's why slaves were free. Because once slaves were free, they were forced to pay for housing, they were forced to pay for their food and their clothing, which also created revenue for the United States government. And when Black people were having difficulty and unable to meet what they perceived to be the revenue generation of taxes, Jim Crow was established so they could sit and be in servitude to the United States government and be covered by the law. That part. And it doesn't have anything to do with being black and knowing factoids. Has to do with knowing your history.
I, yeah, I don't know how accurate that is, but okay, okay.
You don't know how accurate what is.
Uh, you're the origin of Jim Crow. I don't know how accurate that is, but again, okay.
Okay.
Anybody want to respond to her?
My point is, apart from race, my point is all only about the demography part of it. Uh, as some French philosopher Auguste Comte once said, demography is destiny. So I think feminism is a self-correcting problem. All of this, women marrying to the state and getting all the benefits, all of this would wean away once. The demography starts to decline, and there are more and more people from patriarchal communities who come up
I
here.
agree
Yes,
with
the good
him.
old patriarchy,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
establish their own ghettos and no go zones or something like that, just like they have in Europe right now. I mean, there are some areas where the police or even the military would not dare to enter because they have all the rocket launchers and AK-47s, which anyone could ask for. Now, when that sort of scenario happens, the government would not be able to display their might in the first place. So, we would go back to the same old, good old patriarchal notions and metrics, and the realization of hunter gatherer phenomena would kick in when women would start dropping like flies. Like, for example, in Venezuela, all these gay pride parades and slut walks that used to happen before nationalization of oil resources over there by Maduro. It used to happen. Now there are no gay pride parades and slut walks happening right now as we speak because food, hunger, poverty. I mean,
More, you got bigger fish to fry.
that is more of a life lesson that teaches you to act right.
Yeah, in
So
Venezuela, they've eaten the zoo animals, from what I
the
understand.
pet
Damn,
animals, pet
really?
animals,
Ugh.
pet
They
animals,
were eating zoo animals. Yeah.
pet
Y'all ready
animals
for
as well.
Handmaid's Tale? Ladies, get ready for Handmaid's Tale. I've been telling y'all that for 3 years. That's what these men want.
Did you finish
No,
the
no,
whole
no. That's what
series,
the
Robbie?
women want.
That's what the
When
women want.
that's what the
That
We
when
don't
you
women
want that.
when you spend the
Yes.
last 60 years telling men they're inconsequential
A
and
woman
they're not
needs a
important.
man like a fish needs a bicycle. Who said that?
see, now
The
that's so
women,
funny that
feminists
you
said
guys
that.
are saying that's what women's want. Do you even know what the Handmaid's Tale is?
Yeah,
Yes.
I saw the whole
Yes, I do.
series.
Clue, I
I
know
So,
told you,
you
I'm
know
the one that
something about
told you
the book.
about it, by the
You
way.
didn't, because I read that book a long time ago when I was a child.
Yeah,
I was
but
so,
you,
so
you
what?
you didn't see the series on
No,
I
Hulu.
no.
did.
So
I
what?
did. Shut up.
So,
You playing stupid games. I ain't playing with you.
so the Handmaid's Tale is a fiction written by a Canadian woman, if I'm not
Did you
mistaken.
just Google that?
No, I'm just
It's
saying it to
about
you.
a dystopian society in which
No,
Don't
no,
women
no.
are.
interrupt him. No, don't
I am.
interrupt
I
him.
am. I don't give a shit. Y'all been interrupting me all night. It's about a
You ain't
dystopian
nobody. He's the
society.
featured
I don't
guest.
give a fuck. I'm saying when I'm featured. I bought the thumbnail. I don't see him. But no. Anyway, it's about a
Yes,
whole
yes,
bunch of
yes,
women. It's
yes,
about a whole bunch of women that are subjugated underneath of men's regimes. And they're raped and
yes,
forced to have children. So that's not what
yes.
women want. Are you crazy? Are both of y'all okay? Women
You
want to be
all
raped.
have wanted this. You all have wanted this. And in
You want
fact,
to be raped?
Afghanistan is a prime example, a current prime example where you people actually shut up and give up fellatio to a man.
You what?
Fellatio. Ooh, fellatio.
That's the problem.
I'm feeling that.
Ladies, ladies, start sucking these dudes' dicks because some of these guys
Suck
ain't
that,
getting no
Richard.
y'all ain't they ain't getting no damn head, so they be upset and shit. They ain't got nobody cooking for them, so they upset and shit. They can't find anybody to listen to them, so they upset. So just shut up and just listen to them and do whatever
Exactly.
because if you
Perform
don't,
your
then you
natural
want to
role.
be raped. Then you want to be raped because you asked for
No,
that.
you can't use
So
that word
someone,
here. Come
clue,
on
clue,
now.
clue.
Come
Just
on,
one second.
Robbie.
Just
You
one
can't
second.
use that
Just one
word.
second. Just one second. When someone talks about the birth rate or the demography part of it, what is your response? Neener, neener, you are a rapist. Neener, neener, neener.
What are you talking about? There is no excuse for rape at all.
Stop
Period.
saying that word.
So
He just
sex
said that
does
word.
not
You
equal
just
to
tell him
rape.
to stop saying it.
Sex does not equal to rape. Sex
Well,
does
that
not
Stop
is
equal to
saying
rape.
that
absolute.
word,
That
people.
is the
Seriously. No.
cornerstone of the
You,
handmaiden's tale.
yes,
And
yes, yes,
what you
yes.
just said is that women want it. And when I brought up that point, you
I
said, well,
said
that's
what
what women
women
want.
wanted. I said what women wanted because you
And
cut
then
me
you
off
said they
every
got
time.
down on their
Because,
knees and
and here
begged
you
for
go again.
fellatio.
You cut me off every
I
time.
know I
You
did.
cut
I
me off every
know.
time and then say
Stop
that
cutting
this is
them
what
off,
women
Robbie.
wanted.
Shit.
Y'all
First of
cut
all,
me off every time. So,
listen to the other chap, first of all.
first
Listen to
of
the
all,
other chap.
to what other chat? What are you saying?
Me.
Oh,
I'm the other chap that you need
oh,
to, first of all,
chat
listen.
with the P. Oh, it sounded like you said a T. It's hard to
Yes.
hear you. It's hard to
No,
understand you
Yeah,
when
no,
you
you're
said
not
dealing
it.
with
chat.
black women.
Stop.
Yes,
You're not
there is
Robbie,
I
using
some
can't
color.
stand
cognitive
you. I
let
dissonance
him
can't
that is
stand
speak.
at work. There is
you.
some
Yeah, say what
cognitive
you have to
dissonance that is
say.
at work. Anyways, what I was saying is the patriarchal model that
Mm-hmm.
used to be during the time of the Zulus and the Bantus as well.
Mm-hmm.
Under King Shaka Zulu, he was not a rapist, he was a patriarch. That's it. We
Mm-hmm.
had a civilization of our own. Yes, we had warring tribes, but that happens everywhere and in each and every part of the world. So what? Men die. Men die protecting their own women and children.
And
Nobody is talking about rape.
what does
You
that
are
what
making it out. You are making it out. You are making it stuff up
no, I'm
It's
about
not
always
rape
the
or
because
worst
something.
case scenario.
what I said was women get ready for the handmaiden's tale. You
And
and
why is
oh,
that?
I'm sorry. Now see, now you cut me off, and this is what you do, but you don't see when you cut me off. Now, when I said women get ready for the handmaiden's tale, you and Nate both said this is what you women want because you push men away. And then when I asked you specifically if you knew what the handmaiden's tale was about, you said yes. That is the cornerstone of the handmaiden's tale is forced sexual interactions to repopulate the society. And you have sat there without knowledge and said that that's what women want. But I guess if you weren't busy cutting me off, then we could have had that clarity 20 minutes ago. Continue.
Well,
Robbie,
I
stop
didn't
yelling.
say anything
You're
about the
Just
yelling,
handmaid's
Robbie.
tale. I
Stop
was
yelling.
talking
God,
about
God.
the demands women have made over the past 60 years to get further and further away from under the leadership of men. That's what you all have demanded. And isn't it weird how the more you get of what you ask for, the more miserable and dependent on
Mr. Nate,
psychotropics and other drugs you become? Isn't that amazing?
everyone
I
in the
don't know. That's
audience
not
could
my
see.
testimony.
Everyone in the audience and four of the fellow interlocutors who are sitting over here talking about this stuff and
Ooh,
analyzing it.
Alice in the
I
building.
mean, please look what the butterfly progressive madam just did. What
The
she
butterfly
did was,
because of Madam.
I
That's your
mean,
new
that is your
name, by
the
the way.
website you are displaying right now. So I thought
Absolutely.
that anyways, what she just said is that I mean, women get ready for the handmaiden's tale, because now it brought out the inner Mr. Hyde out of her, because she
What?
could not display that level of vitriol which she had towards men, of calling them as rapist and a forced sexual repopulation or whatever. But she used a prop of a fiction writer from Canada and the Handmaid's Tale or the Handmaiden's Tale, and used it. Women use feminists. All women actually are feminist, and they use these kind of talking points of cultural Marxism that they could
Yes.
actually apply, and that is why these kind of Netflix series or Amazon shows actually come into existence, because of the thought process of women who actually want the security of a man in the first place. And if they cannot tame a man and make him dance to their tunes, they demand the security from the state itself. That is why women are always married to the state. Female psychology, female nature 101.
Okay, so now let's take it back to one of your talking points when you first came up here. You talked about how in your country or in the West that the situation was so dire that in order for women to eat, they burned their degrees and got down on their knees to
In Afghanistan.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you with your whole little soliloquy, but you see, audience and the other people on the panel, how he wants to display his toxic masculinity and have all the control, but he can't
Robbie, come
sit there
on
and
now. Stop
listen.
it. Just go
Now,
ahead.
see, both of y'all want to sit there and cut me off, but I didn't cut you off.
Just
Now
go ahead with your
you were
point.
perfectly fine when he was disrespectful and trying to
No, he
undermine the
wasn't. He
point
was
that
giving
I
his
made.
point. Give
Oh
your
no, he
point. Go
said that
ahead.
I used that to elucidate a point. But when you said, sir, that women burned their degrees in the street and fell grateful under the protection of men and offering up fellatio, that was to display what? A chauvinistic display of power utilizing sexual strength because all men are chauvinistic pigs? Nah, that wouldn't
Yes,
be that
yes.
would
Let
oh,
me let me answer you. Let me
I'm
answer
not, but
you.
I'm not finished. See,
Okay.
that type of behavior and mentality is why society is falling. Not all people are masculine, chauvinistic pigs, and not all women are feminists either. But just because you have the ability to express a point of view that is not agreed with from the opposite sex, it does not give anyone on either side of the aisle to ever make it okay for forced sexual acts or sexual acts at all to be part of the equation dependent upon someone eating a meal. That is disgusting, honestly.
Have you Are you done now?
Actually, I am.
Okay.
Not
Is you
today.
finished
Okay,
or is you done?
Right. So disrespectful.
let me just
All three of
refute
y'all.
your claim. Let me just refute each and every one of your claims. Number one, I said that about Afghanistan, and the context what I was trying to tell is about a quote from Aristotle: masculine republics give way to feminine democracies, and feminine democracies actually give way to tyranny. That is what I was trying to get at, but anyways, we cut off each other all the time, right?
Yes,
it
we
is
do.
just uh, it is just equality that we are all living in.
Absolutely.
Anyways, exactly.
Absolutely. So don't cry about it.
I'm not trying anything about it
I
unless
said
and
cry.
until
I don't cry about it. Oh, well, you keep cutting me off, so you're complaining about it. Don't complain. It's equal. Continue.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Black women, buddy.
don't try to dictate your terms on me, first of all.
Then don't say anything. I don't give a shit. Be quiet or continue. Pick a choice.
Robbie,
Like pick a
Robbie,
struggle.
Simmer down.
Take a struggle. Struggle with you? No, I'm saying for the audience, anyways.
Right. What I'm saying for the audience is either continue your point or be quiet. Like, don't try to sit there and throw slick digs in because, yeah, I'm going to say something back to you. It's equality. Since you want to sit there and say I'm a feminist, you're a chauvinist. Now continue.
Chauvinist actually builds a civilization. Chauvinism
How's
is
that work?
actually which realizes the hunter-gatherer phenomena,
How's that
which
work
is the
for you?
basis of each and every civilization, whether it is of Shaka Zulu or whether it is of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln over here.
How's that working for you?
It worked actually fine till 1919 when women got
Women
the right to
given the
vote.
right to vote.
And actually, the first thing they went for was prohibition, which gave
Uh,
rise to something called bootlegging and Al
uh-huh.
Capones of the world.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes. And
So,
right
what
now,
I was
and
getting
right
to,
now.
I'm not finished, I'm not done.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. What
Continue.
I'm trying to say is that if patriarchal model is not maintained within the West as a whole, and from where all these feminist virus is being radiated outwards to destroy perpetually other civilizations. For example, I mean, there is an African gentleman, he is a journalist over there, and he was I mean, it has become a meme or something like, why are you gay or something. But what he was actually trying to say, and what I got from it as an outsider, is that the feminist and tentacles of cultural Marxism has even reached Africa as well. So it is not just like we are only the ones at the receiving end of the things, but actually their civilization over there, the original civilizations, are also coming to an end because of the dying demography. And the dying demography is the only factor why, for example, in Florida, people speak Spanish, not English. Why? Because the English speaking audience or the demography actually has died. And people don't realize that just like Florida or Southern California or places where they have in Europe the Muslim no go zones or some ghetto areas where they are confined to, men have actual patriarchy. Their word goes. And police, military, establishment, governments, the state cannot do anything about it, despite whatever feminism and bra burning they want to have outside of those areas. So, this is what is going to happen, the ghettoization and coming of more and more no go zones where you have to clutch your purse or your handbag very tight to yourself, carry a pepper spray or a Glock 19 for your own protection, which is completely fine with me, but they are going to come into existence once the demography starts to crumble, which is what we are seeing in front of our eyes right now from a demography point of view, not
So,
from any other point of view. Period,
right.
point blank. I rest my case. Now, please speak.
Now, when we are talking about history, right, and the patriarchy, who started the Trojan War, or rather, what was the Trojan War about? What was the battle between the Pandavs and the Kauravas about? Between Rama and
Abroad.
Ravan about? They were fought over women, so it's never really been the patriarchy leading history. It's been men's obsession with women and power that has always fueled history. Period. So until
It's not
men,
women always. Stop. World War II was
uh,
about women,
first of all, I said the specific wars that I was talking about,
but
and yes,
it's not always about power and women. It's
it is
about
always
power, but not power and women.
it's always about women in power with men.
So that's why I'm saying what
Okay,
aspect of
but
World War II is
but
about women.
you see, I've talked for 1 minute,
I
and
haven't talked for a
again,
while. I'm sorry. I'm just,
no, no, I'm not getting on you. I'm just proving a point. I've talked for 1 minute, and again being interrupted. And as you guys catch this in the replay,
You're on a
you'll
panel.
say,
That's part
no,
of the
no,
gig, Bobby. You will
now
be
this,
interrupted on a
I
panel.
don't. I personally
Get out of your fifis about being interrupted on a panel. It happens everywhere. On every panel, you will get interrupted. Now go ahead.
I don't give a shit. But the point is, when I'm interrupting someone, don't say a motherfucking word about me interrupting someone and then say that I should. But you just did. Now you're lying to yourself because you just did not even 5 minutes ago. Don't be a hypocrite. If you guys are
again, my thing,
if you want to stand on it and hold your stones, then hold your stones.
It's not always about women.
You're getting your fifi because someone interrupted you.
I think
what you're doing, Robbie.
Actually,
here's what you're doing, Robbie.
Feelings. Oh, look at you. You're about to be mad.
I figured it out.
Yes,
Robbie, this is what you're doing. Hold up a second.
Today, this is a
hold up a second. This is what Robbie is doing, y'all. When Robbie says stop interrupting me, she's trying to gather her next thought.
Absolutely
That's why she says that. She's trying to gather her next thought.
If
So
I'm
she has
in
to
the
say,
middle of a word
you interrupted me. You didn't let me talk.
If I'm in the middle of a word and you interrupt me, then you're interrupting me. If someone else is speaking and then you complain because you feel like I'm cutting them off, but then you say that we're on a panel, no, that's because you're in your feelings.
See, this gives you more time to come up with what you didn't think of 3 minutes ago.
But anyway,
that have nothing to do with women.
Check it out. Are y'all there? Because are you guys manosphere? Is that what this space is? The patriarchy or whatever? Are you guys talking about power or are you complaining about what women
I never complain.
don't do?
Have you ever heard me complain about anything? Don't answer that.
Yeah.
Don't answer that.
Don't answer that. I won't answer it.
Don't answer that.
Mrs. Raw, our first opportunity, because you do realize men have never been given the ability on any media platform, any written platform that I'm aware of, to discuss their issues with women. This is the first time in our country's history where men can openly talk about the issues they have with women. The very first time.
And I totally get that, right?
Okay.
But the point, if I ever heard you guys having healthy conversations about how does a man lead a family? How does a man make a viable choice for the future? Then I would be totally on board. I would be pumping the content. I would be putting it all over my websites and everything else. What I hear when I come into these spaces, no cap, just the facts is, oh, well, these women want to be single mothers. Oh, well, these women don't want to listen to men. Oh, well, and it's
Are they lying? Are they lying?
Great point. Are they lying?
Are they lying?
Okay, so are women
Are you going to answer me or what?
She's
not. Brush by my question.
I'm not going to answer that question.
She's not going to answer it.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Because
if they're lying, then you have a point.
Right?
If they're lying, you have a point,
suit your
They
agenda. That is why you cannot answer it.
They are lying how? How
they
are they
are
lying?
lying to a point because they're ascribing it to all women and it doesn't ascribe to all women.
Leave the word all out.
It
How
doesn't
they
even
lying?
it doesn't even ascribe to the majority because let me tell you the point. The point
No, you are.
I'm not finished, excuse me. The point is men should not be trying to control and set the pace or the standard for all women or the majority of women at this point in society by thinking
Why
they're
not?
going to change the masses. What men need to be focused on is finding the woman that will acquiesce to the needs that they have and establishing
Why
and
can't
building
hold up?
family.
Why can't
because
men?
when you establish and build a family, you have progeny to which you leave the legacy of
Why
wealth
can't
that
men
is
control women?
intellectual
Why
property.
can't men control women? I want your answer on that. Why cannot men control women?
Because
Why is that a bad idea?
all these men trying to set down the framework for the majority of women is a bad idea. Number one, because each man is an individual. What works for Nate in a relationship is not going to work for the what is this man's name? I don't want to say his name
The
incorrect.
fundamentals will work. The
No,
basic
but
fundamentals do
no,
work.
they don't.
It's not that complicated.
They do.
Don't.
It's
They
not
do.
that
This is-
complicated.
This is
They
this is Mr.
don't.
Nate.
They
Hold on.
don't.
Let
They
me
don't.
answer you. Let
Go
me
ahead.
answer you.
Go ahead.
You have talked enough. Please let the other chap also answer
You're
you.
talked enough.
First of all, you have talked enough. Now I can be
I
really
did not interrupt
emotionally and
you.
keep on
I did
talking.
not
You
interrupt
did
you, by
interrupt
the
me a
way.
couple of times. You don't say
I
to
did
me that
not
I've
interrupt you
spoken up
right now.
because
Right
I was
now,
invited
people,
up here. I'll say whatever I
stenographer,
want to
roll
say.
back the
Don't
tape.
sit there and
See it
be
for once. I
disrespectful
did
because
not
that's what
interrupt her when
Indian
Mr. Clue
people
and
do.
Mr.
They're
Nate was
so
talking to
rude.
her.
I'm like,
Now,
I'm
don't
like,
do it.
out of
Don't do
here.
it.
Why
Contriver
you
Don't do
Rob,
it.
talk to me? I
hold
don't
on,
look. I'll
Don't do
stay
it.
here. Don't
I'm
play
having a
with. Don't play
respectful
with
hold
me.
conversation
on,
with you.
Don't play with me.
hold
I don't give
on,
a shit.
lady,
The host is
hold
speaking.
Okay,
on.
T.P.O.T. I
Jesus.
will. I
Let
will for
Brother
you.
Contriver lay out his whatever he's
Country.
laying out.
Okay, go ahead, country.
Oh, okay. What I'm trying to say is this is the basics of Karl Marx, what he wrote in his views all over the world. Human beings are born free. This is, and I'm now quoting someone who is not a lightweight, John J. Mearsheimer from the University of Chicago, and he said that it is quite the opposite actually. That is the fact that the liberals actually think the basic core of liberalism is that individuals come together to form a community, and that is exactly wrong. Community is one from which individuals splinter out. That is the basis of each and every civilization. There are always some of the outliers, but the basic fundamentals of a community, of a society, of a tribe, of a clan, of anything, of a nation, of a civilization is the one on which everyone agrees. And mostly it is men who make the boundaries so that the society could flourish, prosper, and there is some growth in their demography to sustain the numbers in case of a warring tribe, if an attack comes, which is inevitable anyways. That is what is the basic foundation of any and every society. For example, in the animal kingdom, a lioness cannot lactate and give birth to children and hunt down the deer or the prey at any given point in time. She needs a protector and a provider who actually rearranges and regroups the children as well, who might be off to playing somewhere else, because the lion is the one who is the watchdog at that point when she is giving birth to the children or lactating, and he is the one bringing in the hunt for the children to gather around and start learning to hunt or anything. Now, people could say, well, lionesses actually do most of the hunting when they are not lactating. Yes, but when they are lactating, certainly no. They need a lion to do that.
Actually, lions just
And that is what
different.
is nature. That is what is called hunter gatherer phenomena. And the one who does not realize that in this day and age, in the quote unquote postmodern society, are actually most of the women who have been indoctrinated and brainwashed by the subversive propaganda coming out of universities and society and media and elsewhere. But that has been actually done to get men into the prisons based on the Duluth model, because men are the only ones, the free man is the only one who come in the crosshairs of the government. The government is always tyrannical, like 1984 dystopian Orwellian, George Orwellian kind of a dystopian reality. So the government, do you think that the government would stop at this? They would come into your homes. They would come into your private lives. How do you teach your kids? How do you do not spank your kids? The government would get involved in each and every aspect of a human's life. And for the government to keep out, that is something which the patriarchy has to do.
And who's been the primary ally of government as demonstrated through their vote?
Women.
Women.
So it's
Women.
so you mean to tell me it's women's fault that they vote and men have no accountability for not voting for themselves? I find it very interesting that you guys keep talking about the patriarchy. But Will Durant, who wrote Our Oriental heritage, the story of civilization, says, and I quote, "A nation is born stoic and dies Epicurean. At its cradle, to repeat a thoughtful adage, religion stands and philosophy accompanies it to the grave. In the beginning of all cultures, a strong religious faith conceals and softens the nature of things and gives men courage to bear pain and hardship patiently. Keyword patiently. At every step, the gods are within them and will not let them perish until they do. Even then, a firm faith will explain that it was the sins of the people that turned their gods to an avenging wrath. Evil does not destroy faith, but strengthens it. If victory comes, if war is forgotten in security and peace, then wealth grows. The life of the body gives way in the dominant classes to the life of the senses and the mind. Toil and suffering are replaced by pleasure and ease. Science weakens faith even while thought and comfort weaken virility and fortitude. At last, men begin to doubt the gods. They mourn the tragedy of knowledge and seek refuge in every passing delight. Achilles is at the beginning, Epicurus is at the end. After David comes Job, and after Job comes Ecclesiastes. The point being, men always are giving way to their delights and they are not focused on the upholding of the community and civilization. And at the end of the day, it all sounds great, that's patriarchy thing or whatever else, but it's always men that are giving way to delight. And as I sat here and just listened to you say all of that, like seriously, it all resulted in, well, women control the government because women go out and vote. Why
I didn't say women control the government. Women vote against the interests of stable civilization, welfare, which subsidizes women's terrible decisions. That's all welfare does.
What about men? What are men voting for?
What's that?
That's women's
What are men-
decisions, not
what are
men.
men-
It's not men's decision. Hold up. No, it's not. Hold up. I keep letting you get away with this, Robbie. It's not
What are men
men's
voting
decision.
for?
It's women's decision.
I don't give a shit.
Single
What are men
motherhood
voting
is
for?
women's decision, not
whoa.
men. Not in this country.
But what
in
are
this
men voting
country,
for?
y'all got 150,000 different fail safes to get out of motherhood, get out of parenthood. We ain't got shit. I'm not gonna let you get away with that any
What are
longer.
men get away with?
No,
What?
this
What
is
are
raw.
men voting for?
This is raw.
You can't blame it on men any longer. It's y'all. Y'all the ones that fucked this up. Y'all are the ones that are fucking this
What
up.
are men voting for?
Women. No, just hear me out. Women are
Men are not voting at least for handouts from the government.
Women,
What are
unlike
y'all
you.
voting for?
Women are
I
voting
don't know
for
what I
wealth.
vote for. Honestly, I
Madam,
would have shocked you if you knew my vote.
Madam, women are voting for
Trust.
welfare programs. Women are voting to be freed from under the tyranny of patriarchy and men. And we have
Verbatim.
tremendous societal pressuring of men to follow in their footsteps, to the point where we have large groups of SJWs on college campuses yelling any type of challenge to the liberal narrative down. You literally can't even give speeches that are opposed to the idea of there being 90 genders. You can't give speeches opposed to the idea of, there even being, the ability, two X chromosomes makes a certain gender and the XY makes another. You have large groups of people running into the faces of white men screaming, "You're a white male." There are tremendous pressures keeping men from even challenging the ideas that are celebrating women in all of their terrible decisions. This is what women wanted. Now you have it, and now everything's falling apart.
What are men
that's exactly what it is.
voting for?
Men
Are
are
men
voting for.
Well, it depends. Are they men who are toxic, terrible people, or are they woke and understanding, non-bigoted men? Because
Where
the
did
non-bigoted men are voting with women.
Hold up. Where did the term toxic masculinity come from? It didn't come from us.
Just being
It
a
did not
man
come from us.
is toxic.
Why is there all this other conversation?
This whole mandate that
but I don't
anything
care.
masculine has to be bad. It's in media, it's in film, it's in television.
Everywhere.
Everything it's in commercials. Everything masculine has to be bad.
How
So we
hard
got
is it?
We have to make faggots of all the black men in the media.
is it?
Where did that come from? It didn't come from
How
us.
hard
It didn't
is
come from
it
us.
to answer the question? There are 4 men on this panel. How
Okay.
hard is it to answer the question without talking about women? What are men voting for?
I will
We're
tell you
voting for
what men are voting
patriarchy.
for.
Let me
I
answer
will-
that. Let me answer that. I'm going to answer that. We're voting for patriarchy. We're
Are
voting
you?
to be head of state like we were back in the 60s and before that. Head
Slowly-
of state.
Head of the families.
What is the statistics
Slowly
on
but
that?
surely, men are coming into the realization that it's okay to be who we are. It's okay to have our opinions. And
Sure
men
is
are
in the
getting the courage because of spaces like this to speak up. Do you understand the pressure that black men were under to not vote for Trump? Do you know how many stories I've heard of black men being disowned by their mothers, their sisters, their cousins? Maxine Waters herself, that octogenarian wench, said that if you vote for Donald Trump as a black man, you're not invited to the barbecue. You're not going to be welcome in black society. This is the pressures that men are under from these monsters in our society on the left. We're just getting the ability to not be afraid to speak.
But Charlemagne the guy who is a black man said, if you don't vote for Biden, then you're not black.
He's an effeminate. He's a leftist. He's a liberal. That's what Charlemagne
Biden
is.
said that.
He's a black man that is under the tutelage
Wait
of
a
black
minute,
women.
Rob B. He didn't say that. Biden said that.
Biden said
Your
Biden said
president,
that.
your president said that.
That's not my president, Clue. Don't play it. Don't run it
Okay,
up.
I'm
'cause
just
you already
saying.
know.
I'm just
91%
saying.
of black women
It wasn't
voted for him.
Charlemagne, and Charlemagne
He
ain't
is.
president. So a president said it. That's all I'm saying.
T.P.O.T.
He's
can you
your
share this
president.
screen? He's
You
not my
Oh,
president.
are we playing another version of show and tell here, lady? Ron?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yes.
Oh
More show and
God.
tell.
Now
More
this
show
She
and
got the
is
tell.
show.
this
She got
is
receipts and shit.
the statistics, because I know y'all love statistics.
Yeah, but you
They're
didn't. You
invalid.
said statistics ain't shit, didn't you?
I know,
say
but
that?
you guys, this is your measure of proof. This
Oh,
is how
okay,
you
go
like
ahead.
me to prove
It's
my
our
shit.
measure of proof.
This is your
Okay.
measure of proof. Now,
All right.
according to the statistics, women, not black women, women as a whole, are going to the voting polls since 1980, since Reaganomics, Iran-Contra, and all that. They're going to the polls more than men consistently. Over, God, let's see, 80, 90, 2010, 20, almost 50 years. Men are not showing up. So what are y'all voting for? Now,
Because
women got to push you, kick you in your ass, and kick you out the door and tell you to go vote for your own damn agenda too?
Well, hold up.
Do you
Well,
understand
Just a
the
second,
pressure
just a
that
second.
man is
Robbie,
facing not to vote against the way his wife is voting?
Robbie, back in the day.
Voting is private. Nobody knows what you're
Oh
voting
my
for.
Robbie,
Who gives
no,
a
wait a
shit?
minute.
no,
Now
no,
lie
no,
about
Back
it
in the
because
day.
you
Facebook
don't know
was
how to
Back in
lie
the
about
day.
your vote.
It's private, but Facebook was filled with black women attacking black men voting for Trump. Gotcha.
Listen. First of all, people should learn how to shut the freak up when it comes down to the business that they're handling. Nobody should know who anybody voted for president.
But
Nobody should
look,
be putting that type of political pressure on anyone. People should be pulling their money together, funding political action committees, going to the Hill, and pushing their agendas.
but Robbie, women back in the day
Well,
used to
you are an
ask.
expert
Women
in
used to
that
ask
as
men.
women.
Women used to
say?
ask their husbands.
What did
Wives
you say?
used to ask their husbands,
Who, not you?
"Who
the
are
other
we
one.
voting for?"
What did you say?
I said,
I
"Wives."
say women are I said women are experts in that because they are very able to, have a high turnout because they are married to the state. Men are not married to the state and they don't want any handouts from the government.
Why does it have to be about handouts? See, this is where a lot of men limit their thought process, which is why you have the yin and yang.
You want
It's
sense of
masculine.
security from the government
Excuse
against
me.
a man.
I didn't say
For-
I don't need sense of security from anybody.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about you as a gender.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about you as a gender. You, as a gender, will sit there and take the easy way out and say that women are better at campaigning for their needs to be met And they are clearly the societal leaders because men are ineffective at fundraising and at leading their demographic to push an agenda. That is literally what y'all say every time you sit there and use that talking point. You do
On
realize that,
that,
right?
I agree. I agree with you. I
Right.
agree
So
with you.
what
Let me
I'm
tell you how
saying, go
insane
ahead,
it
Nate.
is that women
Because
even are voting.
men, Mr. Nate, just one second.
Yeah.
Mr. Nate, just one second. On that, I agree with you, Miss Robbie, because that is the thing, that men have not yet campaigned enough for themselves. Men have not yet done more activism for themselves, because they are used to that hardwired technology that has been pumped into them, that you have to work for your own meals. There are no free lunches in the world. But women can do activism better than us, and surely I can agree on that.
So this is the point that I always make through all the minutia and everything else. What men need to learn how to do, because it's not even about a free lunch. Y'all control industry and y'all want the patriarchy to work, right? So while y'all are saving money because y'all are
Patriarchy already
pumping,
works.
listen, okay, anyway, while y'all are saving money because you're out here pumping and dumping and you're doing $40 dates
We're
and
not
you're
pumping and dumping.
not you as individuals, you as a gender or
What's
whatever.
wrong with a $40 date?
Listen, I don't give
Shout
a
out
shit,
to
but I'm
Tom Life.
What's
saying,
wrong with a $40
Shout
date?
out
No,
to
no,
listen,
no.
Tom
Let her
Life.
complete her thought process, so that we should listen to her as well. Please, Miss Robbie, please continue.
thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate you. So the point is, you guys are saving all of this money. The point is, you guys are talking about all of this power you want to amass, right? And you guys are just starting to learn how to advocate for yourselves. So I'm going to give you a pro tip. Pool your money together, right? Maybe hire some women that are good at advertising and organizing events. Organize some events to get your issues out there. Maybe utilize some women that are good at social media promotion. Promote it out there so you can get more men all gathered together. Push your agendas, go to the hill, hire a senator or a congressman and really be paying them through the political action committees to push your agenda and be the leaders that you are, because anything less than that is just it's nonsense and excuses. And
Okay. I want to add my 2 cents. In fact, to add more concrete to your argument, I'm
thank you.
just saying, men have actually not gotten the support of CIA, just like Gloria Steinem did. I mean, we used to watch in JFK archives. It is still there. I mean, somewhere on the internet, if it is not gone completely. Uh, what I'm trying to say is, what are you saying is perfectly fine, and I'm not saying that in sarcasm or anything. I'm not sarcastic about it. I'm genuinely saying that men should do that, and actually men have actually done that. All these female MRAs, men's rights activists, which you see over here, who are female but are men's rights activists, are actually talking about these things. But you know what happened in 2016 or 2015? The Southern Poverty Law Center and Anti Defamation League, ADL, actually filed a lawsuit against these, and quoted this as something like a terrorist organization of the manosphere or something, which led to these female men's rights activists, the first ones to jump the ship, the sinking ship. Now, when that has happened, I am telling man, one and one, only one choice you have, and that is a very practical position of mine, which I am trying to tell. And again, taking no pot shots at you, Miss Robbie. If you might think that way, I'm not taking pot shots at you, gentlemen. What you need to do is you need to abandon your society. When you would move away from the plantation en masse, plantation will come to negotiate for you, but you don't have to negotiate with the plantation. You just have to move and walk away, let the house burn to the ground, and then start afresh. There would
Wow.
always be, it is a
Man,
cycle, it is
burn
like
the
a wheel of
Brother,
candle.
fortune. It is
Brother
like
Contriver is saying, get up out of here, catch a plane. And it makes me think about my man. Shout out to brother D Darrell, because he is the coiner of this.
Plane tickets. I got the 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 plane tickets.
I told you not to do that, brother X. X, why did you do that? I told you not to do that.
I had to do it. My man sent it to me. I was gonna
You
play
wrong
that
for
shit
that, man.
at least once.
Yes.
I mean,
wrong for that.
I mean,
Shout
Miss
out to D
Robbie.
Darrell, God damn it.
Yes. But
And then we'll have the pleasure of listening to tens of millions of women scream and complain as they grow old and alone with nothing. Why did you
That
men
is their
abandon us?
problem. That is their
Why did you
problem.
men abandon us after
Sir, sir,
4 decades telling us that you don't need us
sir,
and don't want us? It's
hey,
amazing.
sir, sir,
hey.
with the greatest possible respect, sir, Mr. Nate, uh, that is their problem. That is their
I know. I
lookout,
understand.
not
I
not
understand.
not yours, not yours.
I
It was
understand.
never to begin with, because if they treat us as a pariah, or someone making a facade out of something, as it we are not even human beings, we have been reduced to something like a subhuman or something. It is fine. I mean, they have declared it. I mean, en masse. I'm not talking about you, Miss Robbie. Please don't get
I
disheartened.
don't take
I'm
it personal. I'm
yes,
not
yes.
talking
I'm
about
taking about the government and the society in general, which is always gynocentric, even in a patriarchal standpoint. But the point is that patriarchy actually tries to administer all of that. Now, in this case, when the only winning move you have is not to play the game. If you want to play the game, you want to have children. I want to have children. When I see someone playing with their child or something, my heart actually cries and bleeds
Yeah, me too, man.
bleeds a
Me
lot,
too. Me too.
because
Oh,
I want to have my own children. Who in their right mind would not want to have a lovable family?
well,
But
I have a question.
since
I
the
have a question.
system has disincentivized the two genders to not get into, because the state is not benefiting from strong families, I would
They're not.
suggest you
They're not.
move to some African country like South Africa, Kenya, Botswana, Rwanda, over there. Or for the people who are more of a Europe enthusiast, Europa, they should move to Eastern Europe or Russia and settle down over there. Now, the solution is always there. You just have to learn a foreign language and get mixed with the culture. That's it. You can even move to South America and Argentina if push comes to shove.
So you're
So if
facing these problems even in, I mean, I everything I read about the
I've
Indian
faced,
community in Americas, they have a
yes,
90+% marriage rate and some of the most intact families. So you're dealing with these problems as an Indian American?
First of all, I'm not Indian American.
Oh, you
I
don't live in
still
America?
no, I live in
He's
Canada.
in
Oh, you're in,
Canada.
okay, gotcha, gotcha, gotcha.
Okay, okay. 77% of Indian women cheat on their husbands. There has come a survey from India, by the way.
Oh,
So,
wow.
because feminism has radiated outwards, so people don't realize this is not a Western problem. The reason why I am sticking my neck out with my Apu kind of an thick, heavy Indian accent is because this is not
Apu.
a Western problem anymore. This is a global problem.
Global. It's a global
So if
Yes.
problem.
you
That
move,
doesn't bode well for the idea of SYSBM either.
right, that's what I was just about to
So,
say. If
so,
it's a
so,
global
so,
problem, if you
yes.
move to another country,
Well, it's not
how
as
is
Okay.
that
effect.
going
I
to
have a
resolve?
It's
solution
not
for
as
that. I,
saturated over there as it is over
I,
here,
I,
Robbie.
no, it might be saturated even more within the coming 20 years. So you have 20 years to play house or something. What I'm trying to say is, if that is the case, then you have to find some patriarchal community within your vicinity, like the Amish in Pennsylvania, like the Mennonites. There are some black Mennonites as well, which I have seen. or like the Mormons in Utah. I mean, the Mormons are pretty much, not patriarchal right now, but the Amish, they have a birth rate of 4.4. The
Oh wow.
Mennonites have a birth rate of 3.3. So they have 6 to 7 kids per family. They are dairy farmers. They are early morning risers, like 3:30 in the morning or something. And but you have to be done away with your skyscrapers, asphalt roads, your Lamborghinis and Ferraris, and all the materialistic world to get into that kind of a community or that kind of a situation where you would have a much larger respect for something called a family.
Okay, so
So,
excuse me real quick. Let me ask all of you gentlemen
yes, ma'am.
a serious question. First of
Yes,
all, I
ma'am.
mean, I completely agree. If you guys that are tired of the system, want to get together, band up, bond, get on a big plane, go on your own island, do that, awesome. But if patriarchy,
Plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got them plane tickets. I got the plane tickets. I got the plane tickets.
right? So I'm not
X,
playing with
stop
you.
it. Stop. Stop.
If patriarchy is so natural, right? It's the natural order of things.
It is.
How okay, anyway, how is it that society has delineated away from that and so rapidly? Like, did
I
wait, hold on. Listen
Okay.
to the whole question.
Because men have become
Listen to
pussy
the whole
woke.
question. Listen to the whole
Okay,
question.
okay.
Was it
Yes.
overnight that the matriarchy said, you know what, F the patriarchy, we cutting your throat, now we taking over? Did y'all let that happen?
No. Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes, we did let that happen.
Yes, we did
Yes,
let that happen
we
because
let that happen.
first of all, I'm not blaming women actually. People think that we are actually blaming women. No, women are what they are. It is just that you have to understand what is female nature. It is the realization of the female nature which leads you to, adhere to better solutions for yourself, and you need to keep yourself in check as a man. That is what we talk about. Number one, the solution, the first answer to your question is yes, men did that because men were taken on a ride on something called, it would be better if your better half or your mother or your sister or your daughter or your wife, lovable wife, if they would get some of the rights which you have. Okay, so
And
I
we
mean,
found out that was a bad idea.
you give an inch, they take away a mile, kind of a thing happened. We all know that. The rest is history. Number two, why did men do that? Or first of all, what was your second question, ma'am?
Yeah, so you guys just let the matriarchy take over the patriarchy. Just
We
overnight.
did.
No,
We
the
did.
Matriarchy,
No,
I
neoliberals.
hold
would
up,
not call
Nate.
it
We did.
matriarchy,
We did
but
do
I would.
that. We
Uh,
we did exactly what she said. Yes, we did.
Well,
We let them take over.
the global elite.
because we were under the delusion, na, that these are our
I mean,
people.
that's an
How?
excuse, but we let them take over.
Yes, yes. I mean, uh, we could not sense that. I mean, the person sleeping next to us could be a backstabber. Anyways,
That's
the
true,
the
but
the the
but she
the
was, and
global
we let
elite's
her take over.
plans have been enacting, have been they look out 100 years into the future. That a lot of this has been planned out
Contrive
by globalists and neoliberals, and in their attempts to destabilize industrialized countries.
But
You
we
have
do
to
we do
break up
what
the
we always
family.
do, Nate.
You
We
have to
yes,
break up
ma'am.
the
we
family,
do
and
we do what we always do, Nate. When there's
what's that?
male spaces, when there's predominant male spaces, we do what we always do.
Which is what?
We ask, where the women at? Let's bring the women. Let's get a
I
female
don't I don't
perspective on
mind
the
women
matter.
being
We
in the
do,
space as long
no,
as they're
no,
here to
no, not
learn.
not this space. I'm talking about in history. We've done this. It's
Oh,
been a
gotcha.
bunch of men get together. We do something great, and then we look around to each other and say, where the women at? Let's bring a
okay.
woman. Let's get a woman's perspective on what we just did, and then that's when everything falls to shit
Okay,
every
so
single fucking time.
now I brought up that question because the question initially was, is patriarchy natural? Now, the contriver, you're from the West, so you may know about this historical event, and I want to know your thoughts on it real quick. So, when they found Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat, they did an archaeological dig, correct?
I don't know about this historical reference, but if you could elaborate that for me.
Okay, so they did a archaeological dig under Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat in Turkey. And when they continued to dig, they found the Cattle Hayek Society. Now, the Cattle Hayek Society, there's actually a ton of artifacts and historical relics that have been like carbon dated and proven to be factual elements. It shows a matriarchal society on which women were subjugating the men. In fact, they castrated the men. And because men got upset that they were forced to be eunuchs and survive in servitude to women, they created the patriarchal religious archetype. So it stands to reason that maybe the natural order of things was actually the matriarchy. And that's
Mm,
why the patriarchy
So,
doesn't.
so,
that sounds like a
so
civilization that was discovered in its decline.
Um,
just a
That's
second.
not the beginning of that
Ju-
civilization. That's
ju-
the end of it.
okay, so you don't.
could
This is see.
could be the case.
This is why I really get annoyed a little bit at conversating in these spaces. It sounds like a society in the decline. You didn't even hear. You never even
Madam, any
mentioned
any
about
society where women
society.
are castrating the men, that's the end of that society. It's over.
Okay,
It's
whatever.
done.
I
It's
would
finished.
give you
It's
I
actually
would give
telling
I
the
get
truth.
it. I get it. Yes.
madam, I would give you another example of two actually animals.
Mhm.
One is the chimpanzee and one is the bonobos.
Mhm.
And the bonobos actually used to be the from the lineage of the chimpanzees, but they actually found some place in Congo or something which was not a habit which was not a natural habitat for other animals, so they did not had to struggle their way up. So what they devolved into is something called bonobos, is because women are the ones who are having a matriarchy over there, just like in whales or the dolphins or sharks. They have a matriarchy over there. Unlike the chimpanzees, who are still into their masculine nature, and the bonobos have become somewhat a little bit effeminate, and that is why their demography itself is actually dying out. the n-
The
uh,
end
the
of the class of
the end
animals. Thank
the
you.
end all be all of everything is that your demography actually dies out. So perhaps that would have happened with the society which you were talking about,
Exactly
carbon
what I
dating.
said.
I'm not disputing the fact, I'm actually agreeing with you on that. But there is something other than that called the hunter gatherer phenomena.
Yes.
And who is the hunter, who is a gatherer? I mean, people know that for a very fact,
Mhm.
that the people with the XY chromosomes used to be the hunters, and the for the gatherers, some three or four basic key elements were there, like their core temperature remains warm even at sub-zero degrees or something, just so that they could save the child or something. They could distinguish between a poison and a fruit or something. These all, they are multitasking. All these qualities are for something a woman with XX chromosome. So I think the hunter gatherer phenomena, which is about the basic biology, is something which cannot be disputed in this fact.
Right, so it's
And
just kinda like Malta as well. Malta was another prehistoric society that was also led and ran by women. So I don't think that the civilizations necessarily declined simply because the women were in power. I think
Madam,
No,
how
Rome declined
in these
because women
I
were
have
in
a question.
power.
I have a question real quick. In these civilizations, who built the shelters, who milled the stone, who banged out the iron. It was the men. The women didn't do, they weren't capable physically of doing that. So how was this society run by the women when the men's physical abilities is what dictated the success of the civilization itself? How well advanced the homes were, the sewage system were. All this is done by the physical strength of men.
Well,
How
see,
could
this
women have run it?
just like
Yeah,
how
plus
women are running
what you
the
said,
society today.
you said a
Ah,
very
Women
profound
aren't
word,
running shit,
Lady
Raw
Raw
B.
B.
they're not running
You said
anything.
you said the civilization was.
Right,
There you
but the
go.
civilization,
Was.
right,
That
but the
that means it doesn't exist
And
anymore.
it died
right,
out
but
right as the women were taking control.
actually, first of all, you're ridiculous. It died out because of the ice age. It died out because of
Tell me how these
technology
women
things.
banged out the iron to create the weapons to defend the community. Tell
Okay,
me
so
how they did that.
anyway, like
What
how I
did
was
women
saying,
build?
just like women control society today. Now you can
They
say that
don't.
they
They
don't.
do
Okay,
because men
you can
allow
say
them.
that
Men
you.
have legislated them to
Well,
control.
wait. Now you're
Men have done
They,
that.
now
women
you're
didn't
being
take the
now
control.
you're
You have
being.
the power that you have today because of men.
But you just
Let's
said,
not get it
but you
twisted.
just said, no matter what, it was excuses because the matriarchy took over the patriarchy. You just said that less than 15 minutes ago. Number
Not
one. Number
matriarchy,
two,
women took over in general.
right, the
So
matriarchy.
so so women mounted the
I
horses and went
said
out
that
hunting
men
the buffalo and
allowed
Oh my
them.
the
God. So
antelope and did
okay.
all that.
So
Women
Men
did
there.
that?
allowed them
So anyway,
to
the
have
point that
power.
I was making
Thank you.
is this. The point that I was men didn't allow shit. The point that I'm making is this. There are two different dynamics that go on in societies. And I've given several examples of that throughout the evening. What it comes down to is physically, yes, men do a lot of labor. We appreciate you for the labor
Oh, we do a
that
lot of
you do.
labor.
But according to your own arguments, it is women that are able to navigate the political arena, which
That men
actually,
have provided for you.
I'm sorry.
Men
If
have provided that arena. You
well,
can't deny that.
if men
Men built that
provided, if
arena for
men
you to feel like you've taken
if men
over.
provided, if
Mr.
men
Clue, Mr. Clue.
actually, men
Yes,
did
sir.
not allow women to do a damn thing because women
Yes, we allowed
rallied.
you to do everything.
Women
Everything. Every
rallied.
power
Women
that you have was
rallied.
allowed and approved by a man.
It
No,
was
actually,
Every
Miss
permitted by
single
a
Robbie,
one.
man.
No exceptions.
Miss Robbie,
wow.
No
Okay,
Miss
go
Robbie,
ahead,
exceptions.
Contriver. I can't.
Mr.
Y'all are
Clue.
ridiculous.
No
No, no, no,
exceptions,
no.
Robbie. Come on. Let's
There
be
is
Why?
honest.
exceptions.
Why
Let's
What do
just
you
be
think
honest.
What do you think the women's
exceptions?
suffrage as? The women's suffrage
Who,
act was something that
madam,
y'all
who
Men
keeps
gave you
made.
the
women
right
safe?
to vote.
Okay,
Men gave
Madam,
you the
okay.
right to vote. Did they
let
Men
me
not?
ask you
Tell me I
something.
gave.
lied.
Men gave. Men
Can
did
I
not
ask you
give
something?
Gave.
anything.
That's
Are
right.
you
Gave
serious?
you the right to
Okay.
vote.
Who
Okay.
Great.
keeps these women
Gave.
these women in leadership? Who keeps them safe? Male security forces.
Yes.
That's who even keeps them safe to allow them to do what they do.
Well, then,
It all
they.
comes back to the man. I'm
Well, then
sorry.
why? Okay, great. You know what? So let's say, for shits and giggles, let's say
Mhm.
that y'all are right. When are y'all gonna take your power back? It's a challenge.
It's a
Challenge.
process.
Hold tight.
Okay,
Hold
It's a
tight. Hold
process.
tight. Hold tight. Since y'all have given women so much,
That was our
stop
error.
complaining
That was the
and
error.
take back
okay,
the power.
okay. Can I answer, ma'am?
Yes.
Thanks a lot. Just a second for the fellow interlocutors. I'm just saying, when a civilization just like Rome was in decline, they used to hire mercenaries to do their odd jobs. And just like the Germanic pagans and whatnot, the Goths actually, they actually thought that, I mean, these people are giving us the power. And the Roman women actually stopped having children at that point in time. I mean, like around 2000 years ago or something. I don't know, but that is what led to the decline of Rome, 200 years after the death of Marcus Aurelius. So he had a peace deal for 200 years. After 200 years, Rome was again in decline. after Marcus Aurelius. So, I mean, what we are saying is, I mean, we are indifferent to what is happening in the society because these are not our people anymore. This is not our society anymore. Yes, we may have attachment to the society at large, to the families at large. We don't want them to suffer, but we are not going to interfere with all this what is going on. For example, Russia and Ukraine, you know, the situation that is going on over there. Most of the men are saying, why do I have to enlist and go and die for my country? I mean, we have tried that in Iraq war, we found nothing, and we tried that after 9/11, and we had to run away in the dead of the night in Afghanistan very recently. So why we have to do that? There is a fatigue factor with men as well, because just like the definition of insanity given by Albert Einstein, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is what they have been doing so far. But they have come to a realization that, hold on once hold on, I mean, what is happening around me? I mean, my house is taken away, my children are taken away from them, my ex-wife is putting my son in a dress, putting him on
Mm.
puberty blockers right now. I mean, what is happening right now with all of this nonsense going on
Well,
around me?
feminism
This is
made
not.
it
Is
possible.
this my civilization anymore? Are these my people? Is this my society anymore? This is what men are actually trying to do, some sort of self introspection. That's all I'm saying. And this kind of churning in the ocean is happening within men at large.
Right, but this is the thing.
Yes, if I
Shouldn't
could
Yeah, I'm
give that
sorry. I
appropriate
apologize.
answer.
I apologize. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, 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 no. It's fine. What I was saying is that these are the kind of thought process that men are actually going from very recently. And this is very recent, after 2012, if I might say.
Hmm. But this is the thing. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So why would a society that is led and controlled by men just give over the power? Like, how do you
That's
rationalize?
our
And
weakness.
hold on. How do
That's
you
our weakness.
rationalize? How do you rationalize then the society getting so far away from your control that you have to question everything in it? And why are y'all still here? Those of you that feel
It's
this
our
way, why
nature
haven't you
to
gone?
protect the women. That's our
But you're
Uh,
nature.
not protecting women.
That's our nature to protect the women. That's why we handed our power over to them.
But women aren't protected. And if you feel that women are inferior
They
to
are
you,
very protected.
if you feel that women are
You wouldn't be able
inferior,
to be on this platform if you weren't protected.
if
Because
you
in any
feel
other
that
country,
The
you'd
women
be
problem with
dead
women
before
is
the
that
end of your
women
sentence.
if
aren't
you
protected from
feel that
themselves.
women are inferior, women aren't protected from themselves, and all of the talking points that you gentlemen have espoused over the past 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 7 seconds.
You made that up.
Again, the question that is posed is, how did you ever allow yourselves to lose that control and power? And when are you going to take it back or leave?
The power was lost over a protracted period of time, well over 100 years. These plans have been in place and they've been executed, giving women the right to vote, introducing
Which never
women
should have
into the
happened.
yeah, giving introducing women into the workforce, taking
Which never should have happened.
influence of the mother away from the children, the state stepping in, being the primary influence over the children. Now we remove the man out of the house. Many of the women opt for welfare. Now we tell these same women to go out and fuck as many men as they want. The women are devalued, they're damn near worthless. The men that still do believe in marriage can't find a woman to marry, and everything's falling apart.
Right.
You mean under the
Right.
leadership of men?
We
Women
allowed it to
plan to.
happen. I
No,
just
hold
said
tight,
that.
hold tight. Listen to what I'm
All these
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to
Go
the
ahead.
question before you
Go ahead.
answer, please. If
Please.
men's leadership was so effective, you mean to tell me
Mm.
y'all led so well that women planned a century-long
I
plan?
never said women planned it. Stop.
Women didn't plan shit.
did.
We
You said
allowed them to
you
take
said
over.
this.
No.
That's
You
my
said
statement.
you said this was in plan for 100 years.
Ma'am,
So
the
who planned it?
decline
The
of
men planned it.
America and other industrialized countries has been it's been in the works for well over 100
So you
years.
mean men in leadership? Men.
Elitists, yes,
Listen,
globalists have been
listen.
working to destabilize not only America but the world.
So the globalists, the elitists that are, I'm gonna assume in your mind, men. So because you
Yes,
said it can't be
yes,
women.
most of them are men. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so men wanted to create civilizations where men were not in power and
No,
all
they wanted
power
to
belonged.
enslave the world. And
Wait,
you have to destroy the family. You have to destroy the man and masculinity. You have to ruin and take virtue out of the mind of the woman, and everything will collapse. Everything. And that's what's been done.
so then the leadership of men, the men in power, has been categorically
Many of the men
ineffective.
in power are in cahoots with the elites. They're
And
doing the
but
bidding of the elites.
you're saying that the elites are men because it can't be women.
These people are wicked men. Yes, ma'am. You'll get no argument out of me.
So then the leadership of men has been categorically ineffective because men want to enslave the world.
No,
That's
no,
what
no, no. It's not men that want to enslave the world. It's wicked men.
okay, but still
Righteous
in all.
men don't want to enslave anybody.
But it's still a man, correct?
No. But the righteous man is
I know
fought
what you're
against,
going
is silenced, he's
She
censored,
I
he's
already
told not to
explained
think,
it.
he's told not
she
to speak.
We handed our power over to the woman.
So
That's
you
what we
mean to
did.
tell
That was our
me
flaw.
no. So
And
you
that's
mean
our
to tell me
flaw
no, because
biologically. That's our flaw.
you're saying that
We
you're saying
empathize
that
with women a little too
Cluu,
much.
you're saying that men willingly gave over their power to women.
Exactly.
They
Yes.
is saying that the elite planned this to
This
take
was part
over
of a
the
plan
world.
to destroy
The
our
It
planet
was
contrivers,
and
based on.
enslave
It's based
humanity.
on. It's
Yes,
Okay,
based
that's all I
on.
okay.
believe.
It's based
Mr. Clue,
on men's weakness to
But the point that I am
apologize
making
for the
to
woman,
you
to
is
give
if
her what she wants. That's
but if
men's
the
weakness.
elite are men, that's the
And they have that
patriarchy.
weakness as well.
No. They don't represent your average man, madam. Sorry. You're not going to take the elites and the wicked and put that on all men.
I'm not putting
Okay?
that on. What do you mean?
No,
They're
that's what you're
men.
attempting to do. Let me tell you what they did. They took men's nature, which is to defend and protect innately. Men want to defend and protect women. They took that. They turned it against us. We allowed women to get in all these different positions of power. What sense does it make for a woman to need to vote? A woman's primary concern should be choosing who she's going to procreate with and marrying him. And if you are a married woman, why would you vote against your husband? Your husband's going to vote to keep as much money in the household as he can. Your husband's going to vote to keep whatever society you live in safe and secure. Closed borders, a strong military. The women vote against those things. A man is going to vote to make sure he can defend his family and his property with your Second Amendment rights, things of that nature. Women, ridiculous women, vote against it. So you can't be protected.
Listen to what I'm saying.
This is why they don't need. They should not have been given the right to vote. You should entrust your husband to vote in the best interest of your family.
Your man.
And 99% of the time,
blank,
your
period.
husband will.
But the point
vote
is,
with him.
at the time that women's suffrage was enacted and passed,
Never should have happened.
but it did. You guys are.
That was a
debating-
mistake, Robbie.
Okay,
No one said men were without
I cannot drive this home any more importantly. That should not have happened.
God.
Women should not have been able to vote. When women voted, that's when
Madam,
shit
could
went
you
to
listen
shit.
to the other people first of all without smearing them in the first place?
I'm not smearing them. I hear what he's saying. What I'm saying is, you guys are talking in circles, and you guys have been saying that same.
Hold up. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking goddamn news.
Oh shit.
Brother D. Darrell is in the house just in time for this.
I got them plane tickets. 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 I got them plane tickets.
X, you said you
Shout
would not
out.
play that video anymore.
Shout out to Brother D. Darrell.
Eddie. Ooh.
But
the point.
but we hold on, goddamn it, Lady Robbie. Cause we about to close this shit down because we at 4:14. So everybody give your last words, but you must give it in the whitest voice possible.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Somehow we geared off of the goddamn race.
Remember yesterday, Robbie?
But yo, this is what I want to do. I don't know what you're doing Wednesday night, Lady Raw B, but can you come back Wednesday?
Possibly, yeah.
Can you come back Wednesday night? No, you got to give me a yes or no so I can book stuff.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wednesday night, 9 o'clock. I'm gonna have you on, and we're gonna do the Raw B challenge, and all the motherfuckers who are against your talking points can come up and take a shot.
I'll be first in line, motherfucker, Robbie.
I got stamina. I can do this for hours.
Wednesday night. Okay.
Yes.
Because I this is the ridiculous race game, but I actually liked the way it went tonight, so I just kind of let it go. So you know, it's all good. But everybody, parting shots, final thoughts. We can continue this shit Wednesday night. My old ass gotta lay down, so y'all got to get the hell out.
Yes.
Whoever want to go first can go. Parting shots.
Well, you know, I tell you, I really wish that this Mrs. Raw lady, she would understand the detriment that giving women the right to vote and letting women take control of our government and be control of our households has caused in our country. And if she just, you know, wrap her arms around our perspective, I think we could accomplish a lot. And Brother X, I appreciate you letting me on your panel this evening. Cluu and the Indian fella, he did really well tonight. And you know, Mrs. Raw, you know, it's my first opportunity to really engage with a black woman, and it's been difficult, but I do appreciate your enthusiasm to fight me, and I hope to never meet you again. Okay. That's about the whitest voice I can do, actually.
My brother. You know,
it was a pleasure. Everybody here was awesome. The lady did her thing. The Indian fella did his thing, man. And my man Cluu, man. Salute, bro.
Yo.
A pleasure meeting all these.
All right,
Have a good night.
I'll hit you up, my brother.
Yes, sir. Salute.
You got your Echo Bot still on, Brother X.
Oh, damn, my bad.
Yeah, you sound like God. You sound like God.
My bad. All right, next up. Whoever wants to go can go. Parting shots. White boy voice. Or white woman voice, whichever one fits your fancy.
I just want to say this right quick. I don't want to stir up any problems or anything like that, but Robbie Privileged, you lady, you're a little bit aggressive when you come on the panel, and I need you to tone it down just a little bit. And Brother X, you are the man, because I've looked at your content and I see very smart, intelligent, educated debates on your channel. And man, I got to tell you, I was telling my boys back at Harvard, this guy has a future. He has a future, because I've never heard anybody speak like that in my entire career. So, a good hey ya to everybody here, to Robbie Privilege, to the unwanted contriver, and to Brother X himself. I'm gonna exit the building, and you guys and gals have a nice day.
Peace, brother Clue. I appreciate you coming through, brother. Peace, my brother. All right, who's next? Unwanted contriver, you next? Is he still here?
Yes, sir.
Parting shots,
For,
parting shots.
First of all, thanks for giving me this opportunity to actually speak in front of the audience, sir. I mean, I have some health issues right now, so I could not come up a little bit earlier because I saw the mail very late. When the show had started, and I'm very much be happy to be a part of the conversations that are happening. But the most important conversation is that what does a man, I mean, the key takeaway for me is that what does a man get out of any civilization? A little bit of humanly respect towards what he has accomplished or what he is trying to accomplish for his own family in stoicism and whatnot. What they tell you, like all these Jordan Petersons of the world, they tell you the half truth. Yes, men die and protecting and providing for their families and whatnot, but the families where they have responsibility as well as authority. You cannot have responsibility without authority or authority without any responsibility. That is the feminist nightmare. That is what they call as androcentrism. That is what they call as the male nature uninhibited, unhinged. That is not what we are talking about, and that has actually never happened in the history of human civilization, because everywhere wars have been fought for women, either to conquer more women, either to protect their own women in defense or in offense. uh, my thing is, to quote Jiddu Krishnamurti, it is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. The society is sick. I'm I feel bad for the society. I'm just indifferent to it right now. And likewise, every man needs to be indifferent towards it. So when the demography falls and when the gates of the civilizations are opened for the wolves to enter, I mean, I would be walking around playing like the modern day Nero when the Rome would be burning. Because this is not my civilization anymore. These are not my people anymore. We don't care for each other the same way like we used to. And I mean, that is the sad state of affairs. I mean, but the race for taking women's rights away is actually on. If Peter is not going to do it, if Sebastian is not going to do it, Abdul will, Akram will. I mean, that is what is happening with the Islamization of Europe right now as we speak. The breakup of Yugoslavia, both were from the same ethnic backgrounds, but it happened on communal lines. So it would happen. There is much more for the human history for us to unravel. Anyways, the times are going to be interesting, and we would be eyewitnesses to all of that. Thanks a lot to Mr. Xavier and the fellow
Absolutely.
interlocutors, including Madam Robbie as well. Thanks a lot.
Peace. You're always welcome here, brother contriver. And last but not least, Lady Raw B, parting shots.
Like, oh my God. So I want to give you guys a quote from Mozart, right? Like he said, why are you spreading women, the only ones who can rule men? And like the answer from Gorgo, Queen of Sparta, was because we're the only ones who give birth to men. That being said, like tonight was a whole bunch of fun. And like the point that I was trying to make is like, if you're leading something, leaders shouldn't give away their power. Like, if you gave away your power as a leader, it's because, like, deep down inside, you feel like somebody else might do a better job, or you simply and truly were tired of doing the work. So you, like, passed it on to someone that would, like, do it. So if you don't like the direction on which things are going nowadays, like, you kinda have to blame your forefathers, but ultimately, like, you guys stand up to P, and, like, you guys are so strong, and, like, we so need you guys. So just put your foot down and, like, make it shake, like, make something happen. Like, we want to see you guys win. So, like, we're just here to encourage you and push you back into the leadership role. Oh my God. No, but seriously, TPOT, this was a
That was incredibly bigoted. I love it.
Thank you. This was really a lot of fun. I mean, I know a lot of women come over here and they get in their feelings because the audience gets to calling names and trolling and whatever. Honey, these are healthy conversations. Nobody on any panel should ever be an echo chamber. There should always be some pushback to make you flex your mental muscle and think about things on a broader spectrum. Men, in all honesty, I love men. And TPOT done told you Clue too. I represent the black family. But there are so many women out here that don't have the wherewithal or the confidence to come out here and take a stand. We need y'all to forget about us. Forget about everything you don't like about us. We need y'all to put that outside of your mind for the next 50 years and just focus on leading the pack again. You can't lead if you're worried about us. Anyway, thank you for having me. I enjoyed the whole panel, and I'm gonna look forward to
Yes.
Wednesday night. This
I
gonna be
will
fun.
see you Wednesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. It's gonna be good.
All right. Good
All right.
night.
Peace, Lady Raw B. Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and wrap it up, man. It actually turned out, folk, a lot different than I thought it would. Because Saturday nights is the ridiculous race game nights, but it went it went in another direction. The next thing you know, we were talking about politics and all that kind of stuff. And, it always makes its way to, what men need to do, what women need to do, how women are falling short, how men are falling short. It just kind of went there at the end of it. Um, but yeah, next week we're gonna do it different. If we do one next week, I'm definitely gonna have some white people up here. Yeah, we definitely gonna have some white folks up here, maybe some Latinos too, along with the Negroes. You got to keep it mixed up. And I said that shit tonight too. I was like, damn, when I have white people and Latinos and everybody else up here, it's just different. You put all Negroes up here, and the shit just kind of has a tendency to get crazy. I just don't know, but yeah, man, we're gonna do another one next week, and next week, y'all know I kind of mix it up. I get new people on, I make it diverse. I have as many different representations of America that I can get. So we definitely gonna try to get that going for next Saturday. And y'all know the deal. If y'all want to participate in the ridiculous race game every Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern time, right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. Well, I can't say every Saturday because it's going to be some Saturdays, man, that shit. I probably won't get to this house till about 9:30. But as it stands now, we will be doing it on Saturdays. And they're fun, man. We get up here, man. We talk about some of this racism, and we talk some serious shit like we did tonight about race, and we do some some fun shit. So we kind of vacillate between the serious and the funny and the absurd and the ridiculous. And then, we usually top it off with some more serious shit and play a few games. So, like I said, tonight it went a little different, and I kind of like the direction that it went. So I just kind of let it go You know, that's kind of how we do it here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. I don't have a problem with shit pivoting in another direction if I like said direction. But yeah, we'll be right back here Wednesday night though, because Lady Raw B will be here. Y'all know we also do the challenges here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page, and we'll be doing the Raw B challenge Wednesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Lady Raw B will be up here Wednesday night, probably talking the same kind of shit she was talking tonight. And you folks will be able to come up and challenge her talking points. Yeah. So look forward to that. That ought to be fun too. And like I said, if you want to be part of the ridiculous race game, go ahead and hit me up on my email. It's prophetofthought@yahoo.com. That's prophetofthought, one word, no caps, @yahoo.com. Negroes. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead, man, and wrap it up. I appreciate everybody, man, coming through tonight, man. I appreciate the super chats and the cash apps, but most importantly, man, I appreciate your participation more than anything else, man. You know, I don't take you good folks lightly, man. I never have and I never will. You got my word on that. Shout out to all the people who came through tonight, man. Brother Friedman Journal, brother Contriver, brother Big Nate, and of course, brother Cluu and Lady Raw B for coming through tonight, man, and making this a good show, man. And like I said, man, I appreciate the cash apps and the super chats, but more importantly, man, I appreciate your participation, man. You could have been anywhere on a Saturday night, man, and you decided to be here with us, and it is appreciated. All right. All right. So with that, I will leave you, good folk, with 3 words, you know. But before we go, I gotta do this one more time.
I got some plane tickets. 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 I got some plane tickets.
That is fucking hilarious, man. Shout out to brother D. Darrell. Brother D. Darrell was in here tonight too. I'm gonna make an extended one. I need to make an extended mix of that shit. But I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, man. As always, man, I will leave you with 3 words, you know, like I always do. Open your mind. Peaceful. Live from the T.P.O.T studios, the game where we talk about discrimination, prejudice, bigotry, with all of the absurd hypocrisies and contradictions that come with it. Get ready to play the ridiculous race game. Open your mind.
The Prophet of Thought. The Prophet of Thought. You know. The profit of thought. Profit of thought. Open your mind, 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 open your mind.